Okay, we're good.
Okay, thank you. Before we go on the record, I'd just like to remind everybody that we're recording. And we're live on YouTube now, and the recording will be continue to be maintained on YouTube for some time period. Alan, let's go on the record. Good morning. This is the third day of evidentiary hearings in Vineyard Wind LLC in dockets EFSB 20-01, D.P.U 20-56, and D.P.U 20-57. As a preliminary matter, before we move to continued testimony from the company's witnesses, Mr. Gerson had raised the issue of record request EFSB 8 at the end of the day on Monday, and I was hoping we could revisit that issue before we moved on to other matters today. So, Mr. Gerson, could you raise the concerns that you said the company had with regard to record request EFSB 8?
Sure. We don't necessarily have any concerns. We just want to make sure that we are giving you exactly what you want. I think that the record request was initially given as a request for the COP, or the portion of the COP that is publicly available online. And then there was a discussion of potentially having a more narrow request. And we just want to make sure that we give you, the citing board, what it is that would be most helpful for you and that you actually want.
Well, we reviewed the transcript from Friday, and we also went back to the BOEM link where the copies of the COP appear. And I'm going to restate what we're requesting, which I believe should be a more manageable volume of information that we're requesting. So with respect to the COP that was filed June 28th, 2021 by the company with BOEM, we would like to receive copies of the volume 1, which is the text of the initial text of the COP, volume 3, appendix B, and volume 3, appendix N. We would be happy to receive an electronic copy in PDF format from the company if that is the most appropriate way for the company to provide that information. We would ask that if there are updates to those 3 components of the overall document, that the company subsequently notify the citing board and update it appropriately if necessary. Is that something that the company should be able to provide as a record response, Mr. Gerson?
I believe the answer to that is yes. We will get you those components. We will certainly provide them electronically. Just a warning that the files may be large, so we may have to be more creative in terms of how we get them to you, but we will get you PDF copies and the service list. We will get PDF copies of those documents out as a record request response.
Thank you, Mr. Gerson. Are there any other preliminary matters?
May I ask one question about the record request, which is
Could you please clarify the due date for record request 8?
Well, as always, of course, we ask for copies to be provided within 5 days. Since we've revised the record request this morning, of course, that would start the clock again. We also understand that there are occasional delays related to the production of documents. And we ask that if there are difficulties with providing it, when otherwise due, that the company please let us know so we can deal with that as we need to moving ahead. In connection with the discussion of record requests, we also made several record requests with regard to the substation update at the beginning of hearing on Friday. In particular, asking for updated noise and visual simulations of the new substation design, which, as Mr. Barton, I believe, noted, could be responses that could take some time to provide. So we were asking for an update on now that you've had a few days to tell us what the updated potential arrival time would be of those responses, if you know.
Certainly. So the vast majority of the record request responses that were issued on the first day of hearings on Friday are on track to be provided to the citing board this Friday. Those that you just referenced, in particular the visual and noise, those assessments are still happening. I do not expect that we will have those on Friday. And I do not have an estimated date for either. We will provide them as soon as they are available. I believe the noise is likely to be available sooner. And I also recall that we had some discussion on the record in regards to the visual and trying our best to provide those visual responses in advance of the hearing day on which those topics would be addressed. We understand that, and we are certainly working to get them to you as soon as possible. And we hope to provide them with some amount of time before that hearing day.
We appreciate that. And if we need to adjust the schedule because of the timing of when those responses do become available, we will deal with that when they are available.
Yeah, we are hopeful that we will be able to provide everything in time so as not to affect the schedule, and we are working diligently to do so. Certainly, we understand if we don't get those to you in time, there's potential to revisit the schedule. Yeah.
Thank you, and we appreciate the company's cooperation. So I would like to remind the witnesses that they are sworn. Has Mr. Barton been able to join us yet?
We're going to try to contact him now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Khan.
Also, just to clarify slightly on what I was saying about the timing of some of the responses, particularly some of the visual requests ask that we update other information requests with new visuals. So we may actually file a response to the record request that's on time that says we will update those when they're available. So you may actually get some of those responses, but we understand that the obligation to update the initial information in connection with those record requests is still operative.
Thank you, Mr. Gerson. We appreciate that. I see Mr. Barton has joined.
My apologies for the delay. I started promptly at 9:45 and my internet was not behaving at all. So anyway, I'm here, but sorry.
Good to see you, Mr. Barton, and you are just in time.
Okay.
So I believe Mr. Wong is leading off with questions for the panel this morning.
Thank you, Ms. Sharkey. So on Monday, we went into questions about fisheries and marine species. I do have a couple more questions on that topic before we move on to the other offshore components of the project. So I'd like to start off with referring to the company to its response to EFSB-F-22, where the company answers a question about finfish within sand wave areas.
I'm sorry, answers a question about what finfish, what?
Fish within sand wave areas. Let me know if you need a couple moments to get to that response.
Thank you. I have that one up.
Thank you, Ms. Hartnett. So could you help us understand this answer a little more? I'm going to read to you my understanding of the answer and let me know if it's correct. Is the answer for this response in essence saying that even though finfish might be in areas with sand waves, they are likely habituated to traffic or vessel traffic in that area, and thus there aren't any plans to mitigate its impact, the impact of the project to finfish in particular?
Correct. So this question is referring specifically to dredging and to finfish during sand wave dredging. And if dredging is required, there may be localized effects during the dredging activity. And given that this is a similar technique as proposed for Vineyard Wind 1, we are similarly proposing a similar mitigation measures as were proposed for Vineyard Wind 1 through agency consultation on that project. And through that consultation process, one of the primary identified best management practice was to avoid dumping any sand material on highly valuable or more sensitive habitat areas such as sand waves. And so for these localized and temporary effects from dredging, we are proposing a similar best management practice as was used for Vineyard Wind 1.
Thank you. And are these finfish likely to be affected both by the dredging action and the dumping action, or am I reading essentially that you're saying that the best management practice is to prevent dumping in the area, is that the finfish are more likely affected by the latter action rather than the dredging in particular?
I'm sorry, the dredging and what?
The dredging in particular.
Sure. So there may be effects from both dredging and dumping if these techniques are used. And similar to what we touched on yesterday regarding cable installation, during any type of offshore construction, we expect that mobile fisheries species can maneuver out of the way. And so that, and the pelagic fish, or fish that live in the water column, are able to avoid these temporary construction areas. For those species that have limited mobility or are bottom dwellers, they may be affected by these construction activities, but such effects would be limited to the construction footprint and limited to the duration of construction. And so for activities such as dredging, again, such effects would be for more immobile species or bottom dwelling, and they could be affected wherever they are present in the direct footprint of dredging, so like the drag arm where that activity is occurring. Then when you get to, so if you think about dredging effects, those are really occurring at the seafloor and with some suspended sediment.
I'm sorry, and with some what?
Suspended sediment. And then when you get to bottom dumping, that occurs from the bottom of the vessel, and those sediments travel through the water column, and there is temporary suspended sediment associated with that. So both types of impacts are similar in that they have temporary effects, but for dumping, more of the water column may be affected, but those effects are all considered temporary. So what effects that may be longer term would be long-term alteration of habitat. And so that is why there is the focus on not dumping sand on top of hard bottom habitat, because that could potentially be a longer term effect. And so that's why it is considered an appropriate mitigation measure to dump any sand within sand areas.
Thank you, Ms. Hartnett. I have a quick question, and then Mr. Hazel has a follow-up. Would finfish, you gave both examples of the mobile and immobile species. Finfish, would you characterize them as either mobile or immobile?
I should probably try to correct that a little bit. So finfish, I would say, are mobile. When referring to a mobile species, I was thinking of things such as certain eggs, like winter flounder eggs, that may attach to the seafloor. So I should clarify that.
Thank you. Mr. Hazel?
Yeah, I would just have a couple clarifying questions for the panel. I think that'll help me track with the discussion of fisheries, but we've talked a little bit about dredging and dumping, and previously we've talked about jet plowing. And could the panel provide a quick overview of jet plowing versus dredging, and then secondarily explain whether dredging is always associated with dumping sediment somewhere else?
Sure, I'd be happy to describe that. So jet plowing is one of the cable installation techniques, and it involves a up to 1 meter wide trench, and through jet plowing, the seabed is fluidized, and then the jet plow tool inserts the cable within that fluidized trench. And these two actions happen at the same time. So as the jet plow moves along the seafloor, it simultaneously loosening the sediments, and installing the cable. So through that process, the sediment settles back into place. So there is no removal of sediment from the seafloor. It is simply the sediment is fluidized and then settles back into place. Dredging.
Can I ask a quick follow-up before you go into dredging? When the jet plow is fluidizing sediments around the cable, is it sort of creating a cloud of dispersed sediment, you know, at least locally around the cable, or is it really just, you know, sort of settling the cable in with really minimal sediment disturbance?
So we do expect that it will generate some suspended sediments, but they are during a jet plow operation, but those suspended sediments are more localized, and based on the sediment dispersion modeling, we expect that they're confined to the bottom few meters of the water column. So there is some suspended sediment generation, but they do settle out really quickly. The model predicts that the bulk of any suspended sediments will settle out within a few hours. And I think it's also helpful to think of it in terms of volume. So recall for a jet plow, the trench is 1 meter wide and it could be a couple meters deep. And we expect that only a fraction of that will be mobilized. So the volume of sediment that is being affected by the jet plow is relatively small.
And when the jet plow is fluidizing the sediments around the cable, is that like a high frequency vibration? Is that a good way to think about how the sediments are being fluidized?
I would describe it as a jet plow has like a plow shear that extends into the seafloor, and water, pressurized water, is directed through the jet plow, and that is what helps fluidize the sediment. So it's a two-part action. A jet plow has like a mechanical plow shear and then a jetting function with water.
Okay. And the jets would be maybe a little bit below the seafloor surface so that they're not like jetting water down onto the top of the seafloor. The jets are actually below the surface of the seafloor.
That is correct. So again, a jet plow glides along the seafloor, and then it has a plow shear or a depressor that extends into the seafloor. Kind of like a butter knife. It has that extends into the seafloor, and it is that piece, the plow shear, that extends into the seafloor and has the jetting nozzles located on it.
Okay. Okay, now explain to me the dredging process. Well, not quickly, just whatever. Explain it to me, excuse me.
Sure. So the dredging process is slightly different. For the dredging process, we have said that up to a 20-meter wide corridor could be disturbed temporarily by dredging. So I want to compare that to the 1 meter wide from a jet plow. So for dredging, it will be limited in extent, but it is a wider area. And then for dredging, it involves the physical removal of sediments from the seafloor. So as we've described, dredging would be used for the tops of the sand waves. And we had described a couple of techniques. So I will focus on the trailing suction hopper dredge. Those are—
I'm sorry, the training section hop.
trailing, Trailing, a trailing section.
Hopper dredge. Thank you.
Those are somewhat analogous to a vacuum cleaner. They have arms, a drag arm that extends onto the seafloor, and it, for lack of a better word, sucks up sand into the hopper barge. So in that process, sand is removed from the seafloor and it is temporarily contained within the dredged vessel. Then when the dredged vessel reaches its capacity, it will sail away a few hundred meters and then release the sediments back onto the seafloor.
Okay. And are the other forms of dredging, do they operate under a similar principle where sediments are picked up from the seafloor, placed in a ship temporarily and relocated somewhere else? Or are there other forms of dredging that are like fundamentally different?
We have allowed for one other dredging technique, which is different. The other dredging technique is referred to as controlled flow excavation, and that is a jetting technique. And that technique, as we described, can only be used for smaller sand waves. And for this controlled flow excavation technique, jets are placed at the seafloor, and they disperse the sand into the surrounding area, and that is how the tops of the sand waves are removed. So in that option, you do not have that picking up sediment and moving it to a different location.
Thank you. I'm all set, Mr. Wong.
Thank you. So we're going to move on to sea turtles. In the company's response to EFSB-F-12, the company discusses sea turtles within the project area. And the company states that it does not expect any of these sea turtles mentioned. So the company describes and states a number of sea turtle species that might be present in the offshore cable corridor. And it states that it does not expect, however, that these turtles would be there. I would like to understand what the company's obligation is to the protection of such species. Is it enough that the company makes a finding that the species would be avoided in these areas, or does it have to list specific actions that it would take if it were to encounter the species?
Certainly. Sea turtles and potential impacts to sea turtles are definitely reviewed through BOEM. As we indicated in our response to F-12, the potential sea turtles that may be there are all protected under the Endangered Species Act. And through BOEM's review process, there is formal consultation with the National Marine Fisheries Service for these endangered species. And through that consultation process, any appropriate mitigation measures are developed. And I would add and emphasize what we wrote at the end of F-12, that many of the mitigation measures that will be developed for marine mammals are also protective of sea turtles.
Thank you, Ms. Hartnett. You had mentioned formal consultation also in talking about the finfish. Are these generally the same sort of agencies you'll be talking to?
So just to be clear, the consultation is for listed species, but yes, you are correct. Through BOEM, for marine species such as fish and sea turtles, BOEM will coordinate with the Federal Fisheries Agency, which is the National Marine Fisheries Service.
Thank you. And when you refer to listed species, you're specifically referring to endangered and watch listed species. Is that correct?
Correct. I did not catch your last word. You said endangered and something, but what I was trying to say is by listed is they are included on the Endangered Species Act.
Thank you. I was referring to watch listed, but I think that would have repeated listed. So that was my bad.
Excuse me, just by way of clarification, it probably included in that category are all of the marine mammals, and some of them are not necessarily scarce or endangered, but they're protected by legislative fiat. So, for example, species like seals are protected, but not because they're in short supply.
Thank you, Mr. Barton, for the clarification. One more quick follow-up on that. So what would be the outcome of such discussions with BOEM and NOAA with regard to these listed species? Is it that you always would end up with a best management suggestion, or is it okay by the letter of the law to make a finding that there's not likely to be an effect?
So this definitely will all be discussed through the federal process. So I will just touch on it lightly here because there is the separate federal process. But based on what we learned for Vineyard Wind 1, there were numerous conditions for sea turtles and marine mammals, and I would fully expect that that precedent would continue for this project.
Thank you. And is this consultation going to be related or tied to the COP, or would that be a separate informal discussion with BOEM?
So again, this will be covered through the federal process, but the federal process includes required consultations with NIMS. So it is a known part of the federal process, and there is written documentation back and forth.
Thank you. Moving on. So in the company's text for the analysis at 5-99, it describes certain practices to reduce impacts to marine animals, such as speed regulation for construction vessels during construction. And in that same breath, the company also mentions setback distances that are protective of marine animals. Could you tell us more about these setback requirements? Because I don't see it discussed much elsewhere in the text.
Sure. So again, you were specifically asking about setback distances for marine mammals. And so that process will be extensively reviewed with BOEM and with the National Marine Fisheries Service. BOEM will put terms and conditions on the project with requirements for this as well, and the National Marine Fisheries Service may also include this, but essentially the project will be required to monitor for certain species, and there will be certain distances specified for monitoring and certain distances specified that are somewhat like buffer zones between any project vessels and certain species.
Thank you. And sorry that we keep veering into that aspect. When you talk about specified distances, is this referring to some particular distances that have been prescribed before, or is this on a project-to-project basis?
It's my understanding that there are general guidelines for these distances, but it is also my understanding that if needed, those general guidelines can be adjusted. And again, this is something that will be discussed during the federal review process over the next couple of years as that process moves forward.
Thank you. That's clear. This next question might also be covered under that, but are the witnesses familiar with the Migratory Bird Treaty Act?
I'm familiar with it at a high level.
Okay, I'm only looking for a high level answer for this. Do laws and regulations such as these generally cover permanent impacts or temporary impacts of projects? So for example, are they concerned more about structures that have been built or facilities that have been built, or do they also include the effect of construction during these massive projects?
I don't think I can answer that now. However, I can discuss a little bit about the federal process for impacts to birds. And I can say that in the federal process, there is a robust discussion. And by the federal process, I should be clear, I'm referring to BOEM's review of the COP as part of the NEPA process. So during that review process, there is a very robust discussion of potential impacts to avian species, both onshore and offshore. And that discussion considers both temporary and permanent impacts, and that there are conditions. For Vineyard Wind 1, as an example, there were conditions put into place to protect avian species, and we fully expect the same thing for the current project.
And I might add that a similar review, but a little more focused on activities in state waters, is carried out through the MEPA process, and the primary advocate, if you will, for birds is the Endangered Species Program out of Fish and Wildlife. So they have commented regularly and at length into the MEPA process, and they have also participated and made their views known at the federal level.
Thank you both. So with regard to the company's response to EFSB-F-3,
I'm sorry, F dash what?
-3, where the company talks about eelgrass. Are you there yet? Is the company able to, does the company have the exhibit in front of them at this moment?
Yes, thank you for always providing time to flip to the correct spot. So yes, F3, I have that in front of me now.
No problem. So the company talks about eelgrass. I would like to know if in the event that the company encounters eelgrass during cable installation and cannot avoid it, would the company logistically have to delay the cable installation for that purpose to regroup and come up with a way to work around it?
So I would answer that by starting that we have done very extensive and repeated surveys through the offshore export cable corridor to basically to make sure we don't end up in that hypothetical situation. And in the instance where we did find some eelgrass in proximity, which was near Spindle Rock, close to shore, we did an extensive survey to identify the limits of that and then routed the cable approaches to avoid it.
Thank you, Mr. Barton. I appreciate that's been carefully studied. So it might be hypothetical that the company would encounter a patch of eelgrass habitat that it hasn't already encountered. But if it were to, and I know this is purely hypothetical at the moment. So if the company were to encounter the eelgrass, would it be able to construct through the eelgrass anyway and then mitigate after? Is that how eelgrass mitigation works, or is that not how it's able to be done?
That, to build on what my colleague is saying, again, I do think this is low likelihood, just given that there have been multiple years of marine surveys. So I do think this is hypothetical, but to answer your question, yes, it is possible to mitigate eelgrass for other projects if there is some type of damage to eelgrass from activities. Then, as we indicated in our response, it is possible to mitigate that through transplanting eelgrass to the disturbed location.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Mr. Barton, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I was just going to say that the one other technique we have at our disposal in the event that, say, you get near shore and we somehow discovered a small patch of eelgrass that hadn't appeared in the earlier studies, is to use the microsighting technique to basically work the cable around that as opposed to going through it. But again, I would underscore that we have looked very carefully at the corridor, and in particular the nearer shore areas where typically one finds eelgrass. So we are confident that the hypothetical you described will not happen during the offshore construction.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Really quickly, while you brought up micrositing, and this question might be really basic, but how sturdy are offshore cables to sharp bends and stuff to avoid things?
So let me start that, and I think Maria will probably want to expand on it. So in the concept of micrositing, we're not talking about making sharp bends. The idea is, let's say you came to an area where there were a concentration of very large boulders, and instead of moving those and staying on exactly the path we had outlined, you might shift the cable a degree or two to one side or the other, route it around that, and then bring it back on the original track. But you don't put sharp bends or kinks in this kind of cable.
Yeah, I would agree with that statement. The cables do have a bending radius that is specific to each cable type and that must be accounted for in the cable routing. So again, I want to emphasize what Ted and I have been saying, which is that the cable routes are carefully planned. And so the general approach is to collect a significant amount of survey data in advance and to process all of that data and then to develop the cable routes using that data. So the project does have a significant emphasis on collecting appropriate data collection prior to any work starting.
Thank you. I appreciate the reiteration. So this is a separate topic. Could the witnesses provide a general description of the expected marine life around either of the landfall sites? And also talk about the analysis that they did to characterize the marine life around the landfall nearshore portion of the project. If you could point me towards somewhere in the record that has it, that would be perfectly fine too.
Sure. If I am thinking of a few spots in the record, I think one of the useful spots is the map series we referred to yesterday, and from the DEIR, which is Exhibit 7. And that's what I was trying to take a quick look at here so that I could bring it up on my screen.
So Maria, it's page 8 of that.
Thank you. And by the exhibit we were talking about on Monday, are you referring to, I believe it's attachment C of the DEIR?
Correct. That's, yeah. And thank you for giving me a moment here to click through my various files, but correct. I just went to the DEIR Exhibit 7, and I specifically am now looking at and referring to attachment C. And as Ted just mentioned, the page of that map that is focused on the nearshore areas by the landfall sites is page 8.
Thank you. I'm looking at that page right now and trying to gather my bearings with regard to it. Thank you. So this is a visual representation, which is really helpful, but could the witnesses indulge me and, based off of this visual, describe the general conditions around? It looks like it's for the Craigville Beach site. Is that correct?
It is for, so the map is produced for the entire offshore export cable corridor, and which includes, it uses a nautical chart base map. So I can see on the nautical chart base map that the label is Craigville Beach, but the map is prepared for the entire extent of the offshore export cable corridor. So it does include both landfall sites.
Appreciate the clarification.
Yeah.
Yes.
And there is a lot going on in this particular map set, because we've tried to capture pretty much all aspects of this very extensive survey work that went on. So if you stare at that, that stretch and then jump over to the key, you'll see that there are a number of locations where we took vibrocores in 2 different campaigns. There are a number of locations where we took benthic grab samples, again in 2 campaigns. The small spot of eelgrass that we talked about earlier, which is in Spindle Rock, you can see fairly near to shore, and it's that small kind of bright green area. Then there are a series of video transects that are outlined, and there are a few example photos shown on this figure as well. But elsewhere in the data that was provided to the state and federal resource agencies, they can go in and look at each of these videos in as much detail as they care to. And then there's also a general characterization of the bottom sediments. And it's probably also worth pointing out that in terms of really near shore stuff, there is some data here, but our intent obviously is to use horizontal directional drilling to go under that. So we are, 800-900 feet more out from the beach before we come out of that HDD. So, and I'm sure Maria could probably talk for an hour about the intricacies of some of this data, but hopefully that gives you a feel for what we collected.
Thank you. Ms. Hartnett, did you want to add something?
I think the only thing I would add is, again, I think Ted gave you a good introduction to those maps. And if you spend a little time looking at how everything is color coded, I just wanted to point out that most of those video transects showed flat sand. So that is
Sorry, showed flat what?
Flat sand.
And you're referring to the fact that the depth looks like it's pretty much the same color, the depth graph. Is that?
I'm sorry, the same color what?
The depth graph appears to be mostly of the same color in the area.
That is part of what I am referring to, but I was actually also referring to some of the features in the panel on the left. So in the panel on the left, there are video transects. These look like elongated ovals, and they are color coded. You'll see a lot are blue color. There's a few yellow and green. Specifically on that page, there is a photograph at the bottom, and it's pointing to one of the video transects that's colored green. And so what I wanted to point out is that these areas have been color coded according to their habitat type, and the legend on the right provides the legend for the color and what it means. And those all correspond to habitat values. And so what I was trying to say is that at a high level, what we see in the near shore is flat sand. And so what I would say is that it is largely unremarkable habitat, with the exception of Spindle Rock, where we see the eelgrass and some of the rocky substrate at that location.
Thank you. I appreciate the both of your explanations for this graph. It is a little unwieldy to look at. And Mr. Barton, you had mentioned that the video transects are provided to state agencies. Is that what you had said?
Yes, and not to every state agency, but for the marine resources agencies that are particularly interested in this and also keep a map database. We provided all of this information in digital form so that they could, one, review it in as much detail as they wanted, and also to incorporate pieces of it into the state mapping system. And from memory, I know at least DM, Division of Marine Fisheries, and CZM were interested in the data at that level. So our GIS folks worked with the state's data system to make sure they had it in a usable form.
Thank you. Finally, I'd like to talk again about the fishing community. I know we talked about this a little bit on Monday, but could the company characterize its relationship with the fishing community in the area?
Certainly. Vineyard Wind has developed what is called a fisheries communication plan. And the purpose of that plan is to guide its interactions with fisheries stakeholders, and as well as prescribe means for fishermen to contact Vineyard Wind if there are any issues. And so Vineyard Wind currently employs 2 fisheries liaisons, and Vineyard Wind also works with fisheries representatives. And so I would say that Vineyard Wind has a very strong focus on communicating with fisheries stakeholders through their fisheries liaisons and their fisheries representatives. And that Vineyard Wind, again, puts a significant effort into communicating with fishermen, understanding their concerns, and utilizing any input to help guide certain project decisions.
Thank you, Ms. Hartnett. And we talked about some of those concerns on Monday. Could you or anyone on the panel talk about whether there are some forms of mitigation being sought by the fishing industry at the moment?
Sure, I'm taking a moment to gather my thoughts on this one. I think, so what I would say is that there is a very robust process put into place where fisheries concerns will be reviewed with Vineyard Wind and appropriate mitigation will be developed. And this will happen in a couple of different ways. So through the federal consistency review process, Vineyard Wind will be working very closely with both the Massachusetts Office of Coastal Zone Management, as well as on the federal level with Rhode Island. And so through that process, any needed mitigation measures will be developed. But specific to state waters where export cable installation will occur, some of the concerns have been more related to gear interaction. And so Vineyard Wind has worked with its fisheries team to identify things such as fixed gear that may be in the path of any cable installation equipment, so that that gear can be identified, fishermen can be notified, and it can be temporarily moved.
And I would add to that we've had quite a bit of practice, if you will, on that last point, by virtue of all of the survey work that we've been engaged in for the last 4 years. So that has required a good deal of close communication and coordination with the fishing community, especially the fixed gear piece of it, because if we're gonna bring measurement or monitoring equipment over a particular area, there may be instances where we have to ask people to temporarily relocate their lobster pots or similar gear. So there's a whole process that's been developed, and it works pretty smoothly from what we've been able to tell, where the fishermen have cooperated with that kind of thing. So it is not unlike cable laying in many respects.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. A couple of follow-ups. Ms. Hartnett, you had talked about how the federal consistency review process would involve Rhode Island. Could you expand a little bit on that? Would Vineyard Wind just be interacting with the CZM of Rhode Island in that matter?
Yes, that's correct. And again, I want to try to clarify between the state and the federal process. I work on both, so I apologize that sometimes my thoughts stray to the federal process. But specific to state waters, of course, that will be with Massachusetts CZM. And the federal consistency process will also involve the Rhode Island CZM. Their name is the Coastal Resources Management Council, but all of that are for federal activities, so they are not within state jurisdiction.
Thank you. And Mr. Barton, you had described some instances where fishermen have been receptive to relocating their lobster pots and such in order to accommodate construction. On Monday, we talked about the possible economic impact due to the duration of offshore construction. Do you see relocation as mitigation to that, or are there other recourses for that sort of impact?
So what I described was the cooperation and coordination between the project and the fixed gear fishing community that has gone on during the course of certain elements of the submarine surveys that have been conducted over several years now. And if need be, there there have been instances where a fisherman has been asked to temporarily relocate their gear. So that's very similar to the kind of coordination that would go on for the cable laying work. So that is one of the things that is considered in the fisheries economic study that Maria mentioned the other day.
Thank you, Mr. Barton. I'm not familiar with fixed gear. Is that placing fixed pots in fixed locations to attract lobsters?
Yeah. So basically, fixed gear meaning pots or traps, and they're used for not just for lobsters, but a few other species. So that may be an individual pot, or it may be a string of them connected to a buoy. But that's the general idea. Yes.
And when we talked about gear snags on Monday and today, we're not because. Before this, I had imagined that it was gear being dragged along the floor and snagging a cable. But what it sounds like is it could also be at risk from gear that's just left in place. Am I understanding correct?
Well, you had the right impression the other day. So when we were talking about snags, we were talking about a different kind of fishing that is using mobile gear. So nets or trawls or drags that are essentially moved along or near the bottom and could catch on a section of armoring. It's not really an issue as much for the fixed gear.
And one more quick clarification. Is there a difference between where fixed gear and mobile gear are used? For example, are fixed gear more likely to be used near shore rather than offshore, or is that an incorrect assumption to make?
I think within the state waters that we're talking about, you could have either. And the subject you bring up is one that the fishermen sort of have to work out for themselves to make sure that the mobile gear folks are not snagging fixed gear. So they have developed some practices to try to minimize that kind of thing.
So it sounds like it's not exactly the same, but it sounds like there are some industry practices about coordinating between not having gears snag on things at the seafloor. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would say there's some amount of professional courtesy amongst the fishermen, so that one type of fishing is not disturbing or destroying another's equipment. It's not always perfect, but I think they make an effort to do that. And Maria, I don't know if you want to expand on that a little bit.
No, I agree with everything Ted has been saying. If you can broadly define fisheries into two groups, the fixed gear where it stays in position as Ted indicated, or the mobile gear for things like dragging a fishing net. And it is, when we were speaking of potential snags the other day, we were referring to mobile gear such as nets potentially being snagged on cable protection.
Thank you.
Could I just add for 1 second? I thought I might have heard in an earlier question that the snag might be a snag on a cable. And if I misheard, I apologize. But I just want to be clear that we're not talking about any snags on a cable, because the cable will be entirely buried or in some very limited areas covered by cable protection. But there is no anticipated instance of the cable itself ever being vulnerable for being exposed or snagging any gear.
Thank you. I had misspoke. I think Ms. Hartman and Mr. Barton had told me that it was snagging of the cable protection. Is that your understanding, Mr. Rostrom?
Yes.
Thank you. Recognizing that this is all really preliminary with regard to discussions with the fisheries and their possible mitigation, is the company prepared if they were requested to have monetary mitigation to provide that as a mitigation to fishermen and the fishing industry?
I believe that issue will be worked out, but as we had started to discuss yesterday, there is an effort underway to quantify the, we call it the economic exposure, but to quantify the potential economic value of fisheries along the export cable corridor that could be impacted by this project. And so I think it is a reasonable assumption that those estimates could then form the basis for developing a mitigation plan.
Thank you. And to your understanding at the moment, this is the economic analysis restricted to the project construction duration, or is it possible that there might be a permanent sort of economic analysis as well?
Within state waters and cable installation, the primary impact is expected to be during construction. As we discussed on Monday, because Vineyard Wind will have vessels operating in the area and potential safety zones, there will be very limited areas where Vineyard Wind's cable installation vessels could interfere with fishing activity. So there is a potential impact during construction. When we get to operations, however, again, the cables will be buried deep enough that all typical commercial fishing practices can continue to occur. There will not be any restrictions on commercial fishing practices along the offshore export cable corridor during operations. The only potential effect during operations, again, would be if there are limited areas of cable protection, which would just, Vineyard Wind would notify fishermen and work with the Coast Guard to determine the best way to make sure these were all mapped and known so that they could be avoided. And so given that, the focus of potential effects is during the construction phase and not during operations.
Thank you. I'm all set with this topic. Do any of my colleagues have any questions? Okay, time check. Ms. Sharkey?
Thank you, Mr. Wong. It would be appropriate to take our morning break right now then. And we'll be back at 11:30. So Alan, if we can go back on the record, we're just waiting for Mr. Barton. And here he is. Mr. Wong, do you have more questions?
I do, unfortunately. So this next topic we're going to talk about is offshore land use. So in the company's response to EFSB-ML-12, it stated that in its notice of intent application, it would provide detailed descriptions on how the company will comply with the Wetlands Protection Act in Massachusetts. Do you need a moment to get to that exhibit? I think the question might not require that, but if you do, just let me know. And this question is directed at all the witnesses, I guess. Does the company know at present whether it will apply with all 4 of the Cape towns that might be crossed by the cable offshore for a order of condition?
So three of the 4 for certain. Mashpee, I think, is still in the possible category, depending on how the actual cable routing and installation techniques shake out.
Thank you. And okay, would it be helpful for the company to permit with Mashpee anyway, even if that's still uncertain?
So I think if we think there is a possibility that we will need to do some work that will take us into Mashpee waters, then we would go ahead and file the application. If we're convinced that there's no possibility of that, then we would obviously not. But we're just not there yet.
Thank you. And in information request responses, the company has stated that it's in discussions with the Barnstable Conservation Commission. And I recognize that the town has a long-standing relationship with Barnstable, but is the town also in similar discussions with the other 3, or including Mashpee, the conservation commissions in those towns as well?
I believe Mr. Wong means the company as opposed to the town.
Yeah, is
in
the
his
company,
question.
thank you, Ms. Sharkey. Is the company in similar discussions with the other 3 towns, conservation commissions, as it is with the Barnstable Conservation Commission?
Well, I could start. I think the distinction between the communications with Barnstable and the other towns is that there's obviously a lot of onshore activities that have been occurring, early design and testing, which we've discussed on an earlier day in the hearings.
I'm sorry, early design and what?
Early design and some field testing and investigations. So as part of our work on the onshore transmission and nearshore transmission work in Barnstable, we have maintained regular communications with the town, including the Conservation Commission. And we are preparing to engage with the other towns, but given that there was much much more activity going on several elements of the project on shore in Barnstable. We had those discussions with the town in Barnstable.
Thank you. And for the sake of making this transcript whole, could someone on the panel list the other 3 towns as well?
The town of Edgartown, Nantucket, and Mashpee.
Thank you. Okay, so on Monday, we looked at the figure 2-2 of the DEIR, which showed the high-level proposed cable alignment for this project within the offshore export corridor. I'll give you a moment to get there, and whoever would like to answer, please let me know when you're there.
Depending on the question, it could be Ted or I or one of the other witnesses, but I have gotten to that figure. And Ted or Chris, are you there as well?
Yeah.
Perfect. So I think this might be evident, but I would like an answer that says so definitely on the record. Is the proposed pair of cables for Vineyard Wind 2 going to be located to the west of the cables for Vineyard Wind 1?
You are correct. That is the current expectation, is that the Vineyard Wind Connector 2 cables will be located to the west of the Vineyard Wind 1 cables.
Thank you, Ms. Hartnett. And looking at the figure, it looks like the cable alignment can't really avoid going through some complex seafloor bed forms and even hard bottom coarse deposit seafloor areas.
So even hard bottom coarse deposit?
Hard bottom coarse deposit seafloor areas. I don't believe this is on the record, but again, if you think there's a place for it, please point me to it. I don't believe there is a narrative of the impacts discussing. I mean, there isn't a narrative discussing the impacts of these traversing these areas. To put a finer point on it, there isn't a discussion of the amount of impacts rather than general impacts. Is that correct?
I think we have spoken to that in the DEIR, at least in the form of an estimate, recognizing that the cable routing is still being worked on, but I can't put my finger on it at this instance. So that might be something we could take a record request for and respond to that later.
I would appreciate that. Ms. Sharkey, you're on mute.
Thank you. So record request EFSB 17 would be for a quantitative assessment of the potential impacts of the cable passing through complex seafloor bed forms and hard bottom coarse deposit seafloor areas. Is that correct, Mr. Wong?
That's correct. And I'd like to clarify with Mr. Barton. I know you don't know exactly where it is, but do you have a recollection of whether those figures are provided separately or together, or if, and are they provided as just a single value saying this is the amount impacted for each area?
I'm pretty certain they would be separate because the amount of hard bottom is actually very limited. So if you're looking at figure 2-2, the hard bottom is confined to a relatively small stretch in Muskegon Channel, and the complex or bed form areas are more extensive to the north. So I'm pretty sure we would have separated the two.
Thank you. And this is obvious, but is it the company's expectation that the impacts would be the same essentially for both landfall sites?
Yes, because as you can see from figure 2.2, the only hard bottom mapped up at that north end of the route is the Spindle Rock area where we're working to avoid the small patch of eelgrass there. So basically our nearshore routes pass to either side of that. So we've avoided that area.
Thank you. Ms. Sharkey, do you need more clarification on the record request?
Unless you want to add some refinement to it.
No, I'm okay. Thank you.
May I interject for a moment? I was looking through Exhibit 7, the DEIR, while you were speaking, because your question, I think, was jogging my memory as well. I believe Table 4-1 in the DEIR may already provide what you are looking for. That Table 4-1 is called Vineyard Wind Connector 2, and it says OECC characteristics and impacts from installation of offshore export cables. And it does include a line on hard bottom and a separate line on complex bottom, and it provides a length and an area.
Thank you. That answers my question. How should we deal with this, Ms. Sharkey?
Well, we could either withdraw the record request, or the company could provide a response which simply refers the siting board to Table 4-1, which is at page 4-3 of the DEIR.
Let's keep it to not be confusing.
Okay, then.
If I may, I mean, we're certainly happy to submit a record request. We get response that just directs to this page. I would say it's pretty clear on the record now, and unless there is some benefit, in which case we're happy to do it, we would be fine with this just being on the record.
Okay, then I guess we'll scratch it.
Okay, then we will at some point in the future have a new record request, EFSB 17.
We're sure the number won't go to waste. So.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hartnett, for pulling that up. While we're on the topic of hard seafloors and complex seafloors. Could I get a high-level explanation on what exactly is a hard bottom and what exactly is a complex bottom? Because the reason for this is in the Vineyard Wind 1 decision, the company, in the Vineyard Wind 1 decision, there's a description about the coarseness of the grains and how that relates to the characteristic of the seafloor. So I was looking more towards that kind of description rather than just a general description of it being hard and complex or of that nature. Does that make sense?
Mr. Wong, do you have a reference to a page number within the decision that might be helpful to the witnesses?
I guess not off the top of my head. I could look it up right now. Okay, so it's on page 46 of the Vineyard Wind 1 decision, and it's in footnote 53. Is that something that the witnesses can access pretty easily?
I do not have access to that.
Let me share
easily.
that then, if that'll help. So this is the Vineyard Wind 1 decision, and I'm referring to this. I was wondering if this is a description of a hard or complex bottom area, or if this was just a specific description of hard and complex bottom areas for this particular offshore corridor.
So I can start this at a high level, and one of my colleagues may be able to provide more detail. But the hard bottom typically refers to a substrate which it includes a meaningful majority of gravel, cobbles, and boulders. And complex bottom typically refers to a seafloor with bed forms on it, so things such as sand ripples or sand waves. I am hesitating a little bit because those broad terms, hard bottom and complex bottom, they can be defined in different ways in terms of the percentage of gravel or the height of the bed form. But
I'm sorry, or the height of the what?
Bed form. But the definition that you have there in terms of having high concentrations of coarse material greater than 50% is a reasonable definition of a hard bottom.
Okay, thank you. Is it okay if I stop sharing right now for everyone?
Sure.
Ms. Hartnett, when you said substrate, are you referring to the the sea floor.
Correct.
Okay, and there's a hard seafloor there's a hard substrate on the seafloor, and on top of that, there's coarse grains, coarse sediments, rather.
So I don't believe there has to be that distinction that you just mentioned. If I understood you correctly, you were referring to two different layers, but it's my understanding that that hard bottom classification comes from grain size analyses. So those grain size analyses will be done on samples collected from the seafloor. And when there is a certain percentage or a majority of coarse material, such as gravels and cobbles, then it will be classified as hard bottom.
Thank you.
And that,
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
was just going to add that I think the general term hard bottom and some definition thereof actually came out of the ocean management plan and their mapping and planning for the area. And I think the thinking on this has evolved somewhat, you know, from hard bottom being really hard bottom like in rock to the more expansive definition now, which could include a sand and gravel mix if there's enough gravel that qualifies under the definition that you put up on the screen as well.
I have a follow-up question. My understanding is that the habitat benefit of a hard, complex bottom is that, you know, there's substrates for organisms to latch onto and things like that. It's easy for me to imagine sea creatures latching onto larger grains or, you know, coarser material, but would subsea organisms latch onto like bare bedrock in a subsea environment? Like, is that similarly valuable from a habitat standpoint?
It's my understanding that in general, the any type of hard substrate, rocks, or smaller things, gravel, pebble, cobbles, that those do all form a suitable surface for at least some marine organisms to attach to. But I do think there may be some additional habitat value provided by gravel and cobbles in that, or small rocks, in that they can provide, we call nooks and crannies, which can be habitat for juvenile fish species or other marine organisms.
I'm not sure if Mr. Wong was heading towards this, but does the company have a more specific definition of hard, complex bottom that Vineyard Wind uses, you know, for its own purposes in permitting with BOEM and other regulatory agencies? It seems like I want to avoid a situation where we misuse the term hard, complex bottom and we end up talking about something that the company's not actually referring to.
So in terms of habitat classifications, so the term hard bottom is often used in the context of habitat classification, and there are different habitat classification schemes. And so there is the one Vineyard Wind has currently used, which is, I believe, Oster, and that is shown on the maps, the attachment C maps to the DEIR that we have been referring to. And that classification scheme was originally selected, if I'm recalling right, to be consistent with the classification scheme commonly used by the state. At the same time, there are other classification schemes available. And I believe as has been indicated, some of those seafloor habitat maps will be updated to use an additional classification scheme called CMEX, CMECS, and that does have a slightly different definition of which sediments are considered hard bottom.
Ms. Harnett, maybe this would make it somewhat simpler, I think, in terms of getting to the point that Mr. Hazel and Mr. Wong have been trying to clarify. If you can take a look at the table we were looking at before, which is table 4-1 of the DEIR, which is on page 4-3. In that table, there are separate quantifications of the impacts within state waters with regard to hard bottom of 4.4 miles, 1.8 acres versus complex bottom, which is 14.7 miles, 5.9 acres. And while it talks about Mass OMP jurisdiction and definition as a footnote on both of those classifications that appear on the table, it does not appear that the definition themselves to distinguish between those two categories is necessarily provided. So perhaps we will reinstate record request EFSB 17 so that the company could provide a definition of hard bottom as those impacts are presented on table 4-1 and complex bottom as that separately appears on table 4-1.
I think that makes sense, and we could provide those definitions. And what I would just want to stress though, or I want to make sure it's clear, is that Vineyard Wind did not develop definitions of a hard bottom or complex bottom. There are a handful of classification schemes available. And so Vineyard Wind, and in making these maps, we would have followed the classification scheme, and we would have worked to pick the classification scheme that was similar to what the state was using. So I did want to emphasize that, but we can add some clarity in the record request to make it more clear the specific definition that was followed in the maps.
Thank you, Ms. Hartnett.
To clarify, Ms. Hartnett, were you saying that you would state which scheme you were following with regard to the mapping?
That's correct. The maps include some footnotes on the habitat classification scheme, and we can build upon that in the record request and put in the specific definitions that were used to delineate the hard bottom and the complex bottom.
Thank you very much. To recap, earlier, Ms. Hartnett, you had in answering a question by Mr. Hazel, stated that in your experience, you believe that that certain organisms could attach to some sediments on the seafloor. Is that correct?
That is correct. I was referring to that if there is hard bottom, so rocks gravel, cobble, a hard substrate available, it is my understanding that organisms can attach to that.
And forgive me for not remembering, did we discuss whether the organisms could attach to the seafloor substrate directly?
I don't believe that question was directly asked.
Okay. Could they attach to the hard seafloor substrate if they wanted to?
Sure. I think there may be a little confusion here. So let me try to clarify what I was saying earlier. So when we think of hard bottom, that can still be a sandy matrix with pebbles, cobbles, boulders within it. And so what I was trying to say earlier is that organisms can attach to any of those. So to pebbles, to cobbles, gravel, boulders, etc. That's what I was trying to say, is to add all of those classifications are what I was referring to as hard bottom. So pebbles, gravel, cobbles, boulders. I was referring to all of those as being part of a hard bottom seafloor. And I was trying to say that organisms can attach to each of those.
And if you were of a mind to take a deeper dive into this, no pun intended, if you go back to that map set we were looking at earlier, which was attachment C to the DEIR. There's a series of 8 maps, each of which has 2 or 3 or 4 representative photos of stretches of the sea bottom along those maps, and you can kind of look for yourself at what the bottom looks like. And many of the photos are just kind of sand with nothing much to look at. Others have maybe a sand and shell fragment mix or sand and gravel mix, and there are some of the photos where you can see some plant life, sponges or whatever, attached to the sea bottom. But it's a good way for just to kind of get a feel for what the bottom actually looks like. So
I appreciate the clarification. And thank Ms. Hartnett for noticing the confusion. So just to make sure that I'm not still confused, the hard bottom substrate is not referring to the seabed itself. It's referring to the substrate that's floating on the floor. Is there a floor that these substrates are sitting on, and that substrate is referred to as the hard bottom? Is that correct?
So hard bottom is not referring to there being a solid rock surface somewhere. I think perhaps that might be the point of confusion. So in order to be classified as hard bottom, there does not need to be a solid rock surface, either right at the seafloor water interface or buried under a few meters of sand. What triggers the classification as hard bottom is if portions of the seafloor, if there are these coarser grained materials. So if there is a majority of things such as pebbles, gravel, cobble, boulders, the seafloor can, again, I think my colleague Ted's reference to the photos on attachment C is helpful, because the seafloor you can still see sand, but with gravel, cobbles, and boulders on it. And those areas can be considered hard bottom because of the presence of gravel, cobbles, and boulders, but you can still see sand in those images. So I hope that helps to clarify a little bit.
It does. Thank you very much. So that this goes into a slightly different question. In the company's DEIR at 8-8, it describes the need or lack of for bioassays. Could, when you're ready, could one of the witnesses describe to me what a bioassay is, or define it rather?
Sure, and do you mind providing that page limit again, page number again? Did you say 8-8?
8-8, yep.
Okay.
In the middle of the page, Maria.
Sure. So bioassay testing is often done for ocean disposal of sediments. And there are a series of tests that can be involved. And some of those tests involve placing different marine organisms. Recall it can be clams or worms or other appropriate organisms within the sediment that you are testing. And those organisms are left within that sediment for a specified period of time. And following the specified period of time, those marine organisms are analyzed. They're analyzed for mortality, and they're also analyzed, sometimes their tissues can be analyzed to determine if the organisms have accumulated pollutants in their tissues. And so the whole point of a bioassay test is to determine if sediments are contaminated or polluted or would be expected to cause statistically significant mortality to marine organisms or statistically significant accumulation of contaminants within the tissues of those organisms. And as I mentioned at the beginning, in my professional career, I've seen those done primarily associated with disposal of large volumes of sediments at a designated offshore disposal site.
And usually those large volumes of sediment are coming from a harbor or river dredging area where over the years fine sediment has built up, and there's the potential for contamination from a number of sources, storm sewers, oil leaks, whatever, but it's typically a harbor dredging project that leads to what Maria described.
And in those instances, the bioassay is done after the dredged material is disposed of at a different site. Is that correct?
No.
No, in those cases, the bioassay testing is done in advance. So for those large projects, and like Ted said, I agree with him, often these are harbor dredging projects where there's a lot of fine-grained material. Those sediments are tested prior to the start of dredging so that the regulatory agencies can determine if it's appropriate to dispose of those sediments offshore. There are various thresholds where those sediments need to meet those thresholds in order to be deemed suitable for offshore disposal.
Thank you. And just to tie that up, in the site that I gave, the company stated that given the coarseness of sediment along the OECC, bioassay testing is not necessary. I don't exactly follow how coarse sediment leads to not needing to bioassay.
Sure, I'd be happy to describe that. So in general, potential pollutants of concern are more likely to accumulate in fine-grained materials such as clays, just given particle size and the nature of chemical contaminants. They tend to be concentrated in fine-grained sediments. When you get to coarser grained sediments, such as sands, you do not tend to have accumulation of contaminants. And I would say that is reflected in Mass DEP's 401 water quality certification regulations, where Massachusetts DEP notes that if you have less than 10% of fine material, so silt and clay, or in other words, if you're more than 90% sand, that in general—
I'm sorry, or in other words, if you're more than 90%.
Sand.
Thank you.
That in general, Mass DEP will not require chemical testing of those sediments unless, you know, there's some known history, like if a spill occurred right there or something like that. So the general premise is sandy materials typically do not have accumulated contaminants in them.
Thank you.
Wait, can I ask a follow-up question? Ms. Hartnett, you said that sandy materials don't have contaminants in it, but earlier you were saying that, oh, I see. You're making a distinction between silt and clay and sand. Is that right?
That's correct. And I want to be careful and say sandy materials tend not to have contaminants in them, whereas finer grained materials, which are silts and clays, have a higher likelihood of containing potential contaminants. And again, this is all kind of speaking in the context of thinking back to these urban projects. If there are big harbor dredging projects, there's fine grained materials, then there is a concern in those situations that you might have accumulation of contaminants. Contrast that with Vineyard Wind. We're offshore, we're not in an industrial area. We have sandy sediments predominantly along the offshore export cable corridor. And given that there is not an expected presence of contaminants.
So for the company's dredging activities where it's going to relocate sediment, I think earlier you testified mainly in sand wave environments. Does the company plan to do any sediment characterizations or bioassays in connection with those dredging activities?
So the bioassays are not expected to be required for any of that. In terms of sediment characterization, it would be the grain size. So again, determining the percentage of sand materials, determining the percentage of fine materials such as silts and clays.
So where the company needs to dredge through sand waves, as opposed to, sounds like the standard method is jet plowing, do individual areas of dredging need to be approved by a particular regulatory agency, or does the company have discretion to change between methods as you progress along the OECC?
I want to make sure I understand your question right. So you were asking if the company had the discretion to vary between dredging methods along the OECC?
between jet plowing and dredging?
So for this project, we are permitting both options. And I want to be clear on this, that if there is any dredging, that would occur prior to cable installation. So a jet plow would only be used for cable installation. And if any dredging is needed, that would be done prior to cable installation. I'll stop there. I hope that answers the question.
I just add one quick thought to that. Basically what Maria is describing is in the sand wave areas, which mean typically there are strong currents that push the bottom sand sediment into sand waves, and they're mobile. They move over time. So we need to get our cable down 5, 6, 7 feet below what's called the stable seabed. So if you envision, kind of a flat bottom stable seabed with these mobile sand waves on top of it, we want to use dredging essentially to cut a notch, if you will, in the sand wave so that we can then jet plow into the stable seabed below it.
So I guess my question is I'm trying to understand whether individual instances of dredging need to be approved each time, or whether it sounds like the company is unclear about whether bioassays or sediment characterization would be required. So it sounds like, to me, that sounded like there was somebody else was going to review the dredging activities and determine whether characterization and bioassays was necessary.
So I think you're correct to note that there is another review process. So through the 401 water quality certification, Mass DEP administers that, as you likely know, and they would review those potential dredging activities, including any dumping and sand waves. And Mass DEP has regulations that specify the testing that needs to be done. And that testing is related to grain size. So much of that has already been done. And based on the results of those grain size tests, then Mass DEP could further determine if additional chemical testing is needed. And Vineyard Wind will coordinate with DEP through the 401 process. We expect that we will present to them all of the grain size information that they will need to review. And then if any further testing is needed, that would be worked out with DEP in advance. And through DEP's review, any dredging activities would be approved at that time.
Oh, thank you. That helps me understand. I appreciate it.
And I guess the last thing I will say too is these dredging values are pretty small. Ted and I have both worked on some of these larger projects, and we have worked even with DEP on those. Ted and I have worked on things that are over 3 million cubic yards of dredging, whereas for this project, we are on the order of 50 to 60,000 cubic meters. So I do think it is important to keep it in perspective that in terms of dredging projects, the volumes we're talking about here would be considered relatively low.
Final question. This might seem a little far-fetched, but I'm not familiar with dredging and sediment disposal. When a big harbor project takes sediment that's contaminated from, say, an urban area and deposits it offshore, are those locations sort of mapped and known to the regulators, I guess. Like, is there any potential that you're going to install a cable through an area where contaminated sediments have been redeposited offshore?
Yes, there are. So no, there is no possibility of that because yes, the disposal sites are designated and they are known.
Okay.
And so there are federally designated disposal sites. And so big harbor dredging projects, if they have sediments that they need to dispose of, they would go to a designated site. And I also want to clarify that these big harbor dredging projects, before they dispose of anything offshore, they have to go through this bioassay testing. So not to be a little flip here, but like I mentioned earlier in that bioassay testing, they expose organisms to those sediments. So if too many of those die, then that's how they evaluate if those sediments are clean enough to go offshore. Sediments cannot be disposed offshore unless they meet certain thresholds and are relatively clean. If there are highly polluted sediments, those are handled in a different manner. Those cannot be dumped offshore. So I did just want to draw that distinction that for these large dredging projects receiving federal authorizations, they have to meet certain thresholds for those sediments to go offshore.
Okay.
Could I just want to add kind of a real world example that might help with some perspective here. So we've been talking about, big harbor dredging projects, and the things that Maria and I are thinking about are, Boston Harbor, work in the Fall River area. But there are also harbor dredging projects and channel dredging projects that go on routinely. And for example, several years back, the Army Corps did a maintenance dredge of the ferry channel into Hyannis, and they removed roughly 100,000 yards of essentially clean ocean sand, and they deposited it further down the coast so that it could help with beach nourishment. And in that case, this was sediment that had been swept in by ocean storms, clean sand, and they treated it accordingly. But that is a project of similar scale, as Maria mentioned, to the 60 or 70,000 yards of dredging that we may need to do.
Thank you, Mr. Barton and Ms. Hartnett. That's a helpful explanation.
Yep, thank you. Given that there's just a limited amount of dredging for this project, Mr. Hazel had intrigued me with this thought. Is there a requirement for the dredging for this project to go a particular place, or are you just required to look for a suitable area along your offshore corridor to dispose of the sediments?
What we have proposed is to place the sediments within the same corridor, and again within a sand wave area, so that if we dredge from a sand wave area, we would similarly deposit them within a sand wave area. So yeah, I will stop there. That is what the current proposal is.
Thank you. And this might be going too much into detail, but Ms. Hartnett, when you said that for silt and clay sediments versus sandy type of sediments, you'd more likely be able to accumulate contaminants within the former. Are you talking about between sediment grains or within the grains themselves? Just to clarify.
I may not be able to answer that. Just at a high level, with the finer grained silts and clays, It's my understanding that contaminants can, it's called adsorb or adhere to those particles more readily than they can adhere to sandy particles.
Thank you. That's sufficient. Finally, for this section, on Monday we talked about the differences between both landfall sites, and I think if I'm recalling correct, the onshore, at least the onshore portion for the Covell's Beach landfall site has an additional 0.4 miles and their ensuing environmental impacts. Could the team here characterize whether there's any appreciable differences in impact for the offshore portion of this project in using either landfall site?
So from a distance perspective, no, because we basically would follow the same offshore export cable corridor. And then as we approach the coast, if you kind of envision a Y, one leg going to Covell's, the alternative leg, or in this case, the preferred leg going to Craigsville Beach, the distances are very similar. So the real difference in length is what you already described, which is the additional 0.4 of a mile of onshore cable if we were to use Covell's for this project, which is not our proposal.
Thank you.
And I would add on to what Ted said, which is, again, in that offshore environment, as you get close to shore, close to each landfall site, the characteristics are broadly similar. Really, the primary unique marine feature near the landfall sites is spindle rock with the eelgrass. And as we were describing earlier, with either landfall site, that area would be avoided.
Thank you. Recognizing that the impacts for water resources and land use are they blend into each other. I'm done with the official land use questions. Does anyone else on the panel, on the bench, have any questions before I dive into the quote unquote water resource questions? Okay. So is this question, I'm going to start off with a simple question. Is the state coastal boundary of 3 nautical miles correspondent to the seaward municipal boundary as well? Is it the same?
Generally, yes, but if you look at figure 1-4, that's a good map reference for this kind of question, and it has the state waters, and if you look really closely, you can see the town lines as well. And obviously, because of the islands and the smaller islands off the islands, the extent of state waters extends a considerable distance from the Cape Cod shoreline, if you will.
Is this 1-4 of the DEIR or?
Yes, of the DEIR.
Give me one moment. This is the map with sorry. Okay. Thank you. That helps. So that leads me to the next question, which is how does the Massachusetts Wetland Protection Act apply within the municipal jurisdictional marine boundaries? could you give a high-level summary of how it applies?
Maria, you want to take a stab at that one?
Sure. So the Wetlands Protection Act is administered by each municipality in the Commonwealth. And it's and the jurisdiction then extends out to the state water boundary.
Really quickly, Mr. Barton, for the map you referred to, it looks a little fuzzy when I zoom in. I was wondering if it's possible for the company to provide a better map through a record request.
Yes, I think we can, and this sort of the general question of where exactly are the municipal boundaries as you go offshore into state waters is something we've stared at pretty intently, because we wanted to make sure we understood, for example, where Mashpee started, Barnstable ended, or the interface between the Vineyard and Nantucket waters. So I'm not sure if that mapping is in the record, but we certainly have some better mapping of the municipal boundaries. So we'll see what we can come up with for that.
Thank you. And looking at the map that figure 1-4, it looks like the proposed lines are the proposed cable are pretty sharp, but it's the underlying map that's a little blurry once you zoom in. So would the new map that you propose be able to circumvent this problem? Because I don't know if you're able to get a better base map for my purposes.
We have better mapping, matter of finding it and pulling it out, but I think we can clear this up.
Thank you. Going back to Ms. Hartnett's answer.
So Mr. Wong, just to
yeah.
note for the record, that would be record request EFSB 18, which would be for a map which provides better definitions of the municipal marine boundaries for the project.
Thank you, Ms. Sharkey. Mr. Hazel, did you have something?
Okay. Ms. Sharkey nailed it for me.
Thank you, guys. So to go back to Ms. Hartnett's answer, yes, the towns have to abide and carry out the Wetlands Protection Act. But I was wondering if you could talk about whether there are specific requirements that are different or that are only applicable to marine environments, as opposed to when they have to carry out their duties for land-based wetland areas.
Yes, I hope I am understanding your question correctly. But the Wetlands Protection Act, which again, that applies to all of state waters and is administered at the local level. So all parts of state waters are covered under the Wetlands Protection Act. But the Wetlands Protection Act includes different performance standards for different wetland types. So there are performance standards for onshore wetlands, or coastal wetlands, things like salt marshes. And then there are performance standards for marine waters, which is the land under the ocean resource area. And within the DEIR and in the record, we do describe those performance standards and how the project is consistent with those performance standards.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay. So now I'm going to refer the company to its response to EFSB-MW-5. Let me know when you're there, but I'm just going to quickly describe what my concern is. I think the company has synthesized and compared all the descriptions of the sediments for the Block Island project, and I would like the company's help to see how that directly can be applied to this project with regard to the performance of recovery, I guess, of the cable corridor after project construction. And let me know when you're ready to answer.
Sure, I have that in front of me. And you were specifically asking on MW5?
MW5, yes.
And you were asking, if I understand your question correctly, how those results can be useful to assess potential impacts and recovery from the current project, from Vineyard Wind Connector 2?
That's correct. I think the company has tried to describe it, but it's not completely clear to me at the moment. If you could make it even more crystal clear for me, that would help. Thank you.
Sure. I think it's a little easier to understand in one of the other responses. In ML5, we similarly talk about Block Island and seafloor recovery there. And in ML5, we talk about how at the Block Island wind farm area, there are some sediment types where you see more sandy sediments, which is what, for Vineyard Wind Connector 2, the offshore export cable corridor is primarily sandy. And so at Block Island, we see a wider range of sediment types. And in ML5, we also, we describe how at the wind farm there are sands and gravels, and we describe the recovery associated with that. And so I think that portion of the Block Island study is the portion that is most directly comparable. Again, as we say here, seafloor recovery depends on a lot of things. Sediment type is one of those, current speeds, flow direction, though there are other factors. But for Block Island, the results associated with the coarser grain sediments are the ones that are most comparable to Vineyard Wind 2, Connector 2.
Thank you. That helps a lot. Mr. Barton?
I was just going to add that in the response to ML5, which starts out on sort of an academic note, several of the studies that are cited there go back as far as 2001, which doesn't mean they're not useful. But the more useful information, I think, on Block Island came out of the project-specific studies and monitoring that followed the installation of both the cable from the wind farm to Block Island and then the transmission cable from Block Island over to the mainland. And there were a couple of pretty comprehensive looks at that. And one of the big takeaways was, at least in terms of the physical seabed, that the recovery was very quick. So we have certainly looked at those studies and kept those in mind as we talk about potential impacts from Vineyard Wind.
Thank you, Mr. Barton. And thank you, Ms. Hartman, for clarifying. I think my confusion was because the study also mentions the clay and silty areas, but you're saying that the sandy areas are more directly applicable to this project.
Right.
Correct.
Thank you. So I want to talk a bit more about the dredging of sand waves now. If I could refer the company to the analysis BW-1 at 5-66. I believe that's where the company talks about sediment, excuse me. So I don't think I have the right site for it, but I'm wondering, because the company did a sediment dispersion study, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I was wondering if the release of the dredged sand was also studied, or if that's of interest for us to know about its effect on the water column.
Yes, the release of the dredged sand was also included in that sediment dispersion study.
Do you happen to know which page we discussed sediment dispersion?
Are you referring to in Exhibit 1 or
Exhibit
in?
1.
Let me see if I can find it quickly.
So if not in the original petition, there's also a section of the DEIR that talks about sediment dispersion modeling in section 8.2, which starts on page 8-5.
And it is also, I think, a very similar discussion is in the petition. It's page 4-65. There's a section, water quality and sediment dispersion modeling.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I had missed where it discussed the dredging also including the disposal of sediments from the hopper.
So from the what?
From the hopper. Thank you. Final question on water resource. And this is related to the bentonite mixture that will be used for HDD. Is this the right panel that can answer this question about inadvertent release of bentonite mixture?
I'm sorry, inadvertent release of,
The bentonite mixture.
Yeah, I think you have the right people here for that.
Okay. So the company states in EFSB-S-5 that it's a mixture of bentonite and water. And this question doesn't really need you to go to that response, but just to help me understand, is this pretty much a 50-50 mixture of bentonite and water? What do these slurries look like?
It's actually a very small amount of bentonite in the mixture. Normally, it would be somewhere in the orders of 5 to 10% of the mixture.
Thank you.
But it is dependent on each individual drill and geotechnical makeup of the soils in which you're drilling through.
Could you, thank you for clarifying. Could you, this might be, again, too much detail, but could you explain when you would need more bentonite and when you would need less?
If the soils were looser soils, probably more of a sandy type soil, then you would likely need a thicker mixture in order to set up that annulus that you're trying to set up when you do the drill. If it's more of a clay area, then you'd probably be in a situation you would need less of the bentonite in the mud mixture.
Thank you. And I understand that the approach that the company has proposed when it gets closer to the seaward portion of the HDD would be to not use bentonite. So how would the company then maintain the benefits of using that mixture while not using the mixture?
The proposal would be to switch to just a water mixture as the drilling fluid as you get closer to the punch out location. At that point, you've set up the annulus for the majority of the drill path. And as you get closer, when you would get closer to that actual seabed and the potential to probably have some release is greater, that's why we would switch just to the water so that you didn't have a release of the bentonite, which is still a naturally occurring, inert material. It's just from standpoint of not having, any of the drilling fluid released. But you can also there are also other mechanisms that you can use as you get closer to the punch out location to accommodate that switch just to water and be able to deal with the fact that you're closer to the surface where the soils wouldn't be as stable by using either a gravity cell or a exit sleeve that they would drop down into the water so that the actual pilot drill will come out into that sleeve. So anything that comes out of the pilot drill during the drilling process would be captured within that casing, and then that could be controlled and pulled and drawn right back up to the offshore asset that's waiting and working on the other end of the drill string.
I'm sorry, the other end of the what?
Drill string.
Thank you, Mr. Ruda. And are all these options on the table for Vineyard Wind?
Yes, I would think all options would be on the table for Vineyard Wind, mainly because a lot of times it's the actual HDD contractor that has the most experience with this process and which one that they are most comfortable with once they do a full evaluation of the geotechnical conditions of the drill path.
Thank you.
Mr. Aruda, can you explain what a gravity cell is?
The gravity cell is just because of they'd have a small pit around the area of punch out. And because of the difference in specific gravity between the bentonite slurry and the natural water, that they'd be using the drilling fluid, the bentonite would sink to the bottom. They would have a small containment down there with a pump in it, so they would naturally be able to, if any bentonite was released, it would go to the bottom of that little gravity cell, and that would be pumped up to the offshore asset or the barge that's there to collect it.
I'm having trouble visualizing the gravity cell. Is that sort of like an enclosure that goes over the punch out, or is it more of like a lining that would be put down on the bottom of the punch out area?
It goes right adjacent to the area at which the punch out will occur. It's basically right where the punch out would occur at the seabed, but it's slightly recessed into the seabed.
Okay, and so during the punch out, there's a pump in the gravity cell that's, I guess, inducing maybe like a negative pressure, and that way, if any bentonite was released, it would be captured by the pump operating in the gravity cell. Am I picturing that correctly?
Yeah, it would drop to the bottom of the gravity cell where that pump would be sitting, and then the pump would pump it up to your offshore asset or the offshore barge and contain it.
And then the second option you mentioned was installing a sleeve along the pilot hole or along the path of the pilot hole. I'm familiar with installing sleeves for onshore HCDs, but can you help me understand how the sleeve would actually be installed in an offshore environment?
There are multiple ways to do it, but the ones that I'm most familiar with, based on working with the recent contractors, is it's basically a similar casing where it's just dropped down to the bottom and supported by the offshore barge, and it just is aligned on the angle at which you would be coming out with your pilot drill. So the pilot drill can come out into that casing annulus as it's coming through the seabed. So it's usually the actual weight of the casing itself. You don't necessarily have to drive it into the seabed. It just needs to penetrate enough so that the pilot drill can come out into that casing. And that way everything's contained within it. If there was any bentonite drilling fluid to be released at the punch out location. It's fairly common practice now.
Okay. So the sleeve would just sort of, the end of the sleeve would just sort of naturally settle into the upper layer of unconsolidated sediment on the seafloor.
That's
one. The pilot.
Wait. I didn't hear the question.
Yeah, would the sleeve naturally settle into the unconsolidated sediment on the seafloor?
Yes, depending on the conditions, the sleeve itself could be just settle into it, or it could be driven in to a certain distance. That is determined ultimately by the geotechnical information and the analysis performed by the HDD design engineers as to how far that casing would need to go into the seabed.
Okay, thank you for the explanation. I'm all set.
I'm all set with this topic as well. We'll get into traffic impacts and safety in the afternoon.
Offshore traffic and offshore safety.
Exactly.
Thanks.
Okay, then why don't we take our lunch break now and be back at 2?
Could I ask Ms.
Would you like longer, Mr. Brock?
No, that's fine. I just needed to ask Ms. Hartnett a question before we leave.
Certainly.
You said what I heard as OSSER.
Were we talking about the seafloor classification scheme?
You said, and so there is the one Vineyard when currently, yes, we were.
Yeah.
Yes, so that term is AUSTER, AUSTER.
Is that an acronym or just a type of something?
It is the name of the classification scheme.
Okay, that's fine. I
believe
can
it's
find
the
it.
last name of the person who developed it.
Great,
but
thank you.
Yeah, Maria, you're correct. That is the name of the lead investigator who authored the paper that is the basis of the scheme. So,
Great, thank you.
Thank you off the record.
Maria, no fancy backdrop today?
I took it off for today, but I'd certainly be happy to reinstate it.
Okay. I was going to ask who I needed to talk to at Epsilon to get one of those, but that was pretty slick.
I know a person, so I'll be happy to connect you to the right person.
Okay.
Mr. Gerson, should we wait for Mr. Lang to be available? Or are we
I
ready to
think-
go back?
I think we are ready to go.
Okay, then, Mr. Brock, we're back on the record.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. So before the break, we were on offshore topics, and we're going to continue with offshore impacts on traffic due to offshore projects, due to the offshore portion of the project, rather. And I'm going to start off with pointing the company to its information record response to EFSB-T-1. And specifically, I'm looking at the table 1 at the end of that information request. I'll give you a couple minutes to get there.
Thank you. I have that in front of me.
Thank you. Just to make sure that I'm reading this table right, the amount of trips are given in round trips. So would that include both coming and going from the ports to the project sites?
You are correct. The values are round trips, so they include 2 transits, a trip out and a trip back.
Thank you. And will there, during the project construction duration, be vessels that don't make it back to the ports on a construction day?
Yes, it is my understanding that some vessels may remain at site longer than 1 day. And focusing on the cable installation vessels within state waters, those vessels, once cable laying is underway, are expected to operate on a continual basis for cable laying.
Thank you. And I understand that that these figures given in the table are an average. So it's not like we're expecting fix to go back and forth. It's averaged over the perhaps a week or during the cable construction. Is that correct?
Yes, correct. These figures are our average values, and they are estimates, as I think we described in one of the other record requests. It is a little challenging to put specific numbers together, but they are estimates at this point that are based on the anticipated number of vessels and the anticipated duration of activities.
And it's probably worth clarifying that the table 1 actually has 2 columns for peak construction and 2 columns for over the entire construction period, which would be parts of 2 years. And these are for the entire project, not just the cable laying.
Thank you. And this question might also be more widely applicable, but I would like some clarification about this. In the company's view, where is the federal and state boundary for impacts? For example, for vessel traffic, is it a physical boundary in that any traffic that goes on within state boundaries is within state jurisdiction, or is it more activity-based where any activity that contributes to the traffic or air impacts would be under the particular federal or state jurisdiction for review?
I think I heard a couple of different questions there, so I'd like to set aside air for this time. I did hear you mention air, and I do think that's a separate issue. In terms of state versus federal waters, as my colleague Ted said, these estimates here are for the project in total, so they include state and federal waters. But I think, as we've mentioned, the activities that are most relevant in state waters do relate to cable installation.
So is that a pretty easy difference to make in terms of providing information to agencies with regard to the cutoff between federal and state related activity traffic?
I think the way we have typically provided the information is more specific to the activity. So as you can see in this response, we provide the number of vessels that are required for offshore export cable installation. And we have not attempted to subdivide that between state and federal waters, with the reason being that it is the same vessel spread estimated to be used for the entire export cable installation program that encompasses both state and federal waters.
So to think about it a little bit in a little bit different fashion, if we were to have another column, if you will, on this table that attempted to break out only the vessels involved in cable laying, and then take that a step further and say how much of that is in state waters, how much is in federal waters, something approximating half the length of the cable is in state waters. So you could take those numbers and divide them in two. But I think maybe an easier way to think about the cable laying is it involves a fairly predictable spread of vessels. So there's the main cable laying barge or vessel, There are probably a couple of tugs to assist in anchor movement. There will be probably a couple of guard vessels, which could just be, small crew boats or tugboats, whose purpose it is to let other boats in the area know that there's a moving security zone around the activity. And then there might be a vessel coming and going to bring supplies and so on. So it's a pretty confined complement of vessels that would move along the route for the cable laying.
I appreciate that clarification. And Ms. Hartnett, thank you for noticing that I brought in air. I guess my question was born out of the air section, and I recognize that Mr. Jablonowski isn't here, but really, I think I'm curious as to, because so much of this permitting is like it's really clear that it's federal jurisdiction, and whereas when I'm kind of unclear on, for example, if about onshore traffic, what if, like in terms of that's purely within state physical boundaries, but if they were somehow contributing to the federal jurisdiction, would that be out of bounds for us to look at? Is my wider question. Does that make sense?
So, yeah. So if we're talking about the air permitting that AJ talked about the other day, flows from EPA's interpretation of the Outer Continental Shelf Air Regulatory Program, which, as he described, arose out of attempts to regulate the very extensive oil and gas production facilities down in the Gulf. So that program was conceived for a whole different circumstance, but EPA has interpreted that it could be applied to the construction of offshore wind facilities. And then there's the other refinements that he explained of, in order to count as a source, if you will, the vessel has to be secured to the sea bottom for some period of time while it's working. And then there's another broader radius of 25 miles that gets applied around that. So it's a fairly complicated set of calculations to get to that. But from a purely state perspective, whether we're talking about onshore activity or at sea activity, for a normal construction project, if we were building a power plant on New Bedford Harbor, the state does not look at the construction of the facility. They only look at the operation of the facility. So all of the effort that goes into keeping track of how many vessels and what kind of engines and how much they run is strictly arising out of the federal program. The state has no similar requirements other than basic housekeeping, like you can't let construction vehicles idle for more than 5 minutes if they're working at a site. So does that help a little bit?
Yeah, it's really helpful, Mr. Barton. And it seems like what's being described to me is that if there's any boundary at all, it's that it's activity based, and that if anything that's contributing to the construction of the project will be reviewed by the federal portion, because even if it's within state physical boundaries. Am I understanding right?
Yes. So it basically, the jurisdiction starts with again, vessels that are secured to the sea bottom, and then you work your way out from there. So some of that certainly some of those radii could extend into state waters, but they're being looked at for this purpose under the EPA review.
Thank you, Mr. Barn. And Ms. Hartnett, Ms.
I just want to be clear that we are still talking about air and not traffic at the moment.
I was going to bring it back to see if Ms. Hartnett agreed that for traffic, that it's also more activity-based rather than physical boundary-based. Is that a fair summation?
That is how I was describing it in terms of how we developed the estimates, which are presented in our information request responses.
Thank you.
And just to be clear, I was talking specifically about the air implications of vessels and vessel movement. So,
thank you. I appreciate the clearing up of the record. And final point on this question, and this might be obvious based off what you've told me, but is it in both of your experience that the approach that you've taken for Vineyard Wind is what is prevailing generally in these sorts of projects?
So that's a good question, and so much of our experience and as a result the industry's experience comes from Vineyard Wind 1. So we're assuming that same approach will apply for Vineyard Wind 2, and to the extent that we have a sense for what other people that are sort of in parallel or behind us in line are doing, I think the same approach is being taken. But I also think that there's some discussion ongoing in sort of industry and regulatory circles about whether or not some of this could be streamlined somewhat going forward. But there's nothing really specific to talk about there yet. So as far as we're concerned, we're following the Vineyard Wind 1 precedent for now.
Thank you, Mr. Bryan. Ms. Hartnett?
I agree with my colleague.
Thank you. So in the company's response to EFSB-T-32, which talks about the safety zones largely. The company also talks about the requirement for the temporary safety buffer zones to be published in local notices to mariners and some other communication methods. And I'll give you some time to get to the filing and let me know when you're ready to answer. It's T-32.
Yep. Thank you for the time. I've navigated to that location.
Great. So if to repeat, I'm interested in the paragraph where the company talks about its, well, rather the section of the first paragraph where the company talks about having to publish its temporary safety buffer zones in a number of places in order to inform other users of the same area about construction. And I'd like to extend that further and ask if there's going to be communication in general about construction and the period of construction for the offshore portion to stakeholders.
Yes, there will be an extensive effort made to keep all stakeholders informed of project vessel movements. And I would say many of those efforts have already been undertaken. As we refer to at other points during these proceedings, Vineyard Wind has already conducted a fair amount of geophysical and geotechnical survey work. There has been a multi-year survey effort, and that effort has involved several vessels working in state and federal waters. And through that process, Vineyard Wind has been coordinating with the Coast Guard and with stakeholders to keep them updated on vessel movements. And we had described several techniques, such as these notices to mariners, which are prepared by the U.S. Coast Guard. Vineyard Wind will also develop a marine traffic management plan. Vineyard Wind will have a marine coordination center. Vineyard Wind already sends out weekly email updates with the various vessels that are out. And so there is definitely a considerable effort that's already being tested underway to keep mariners informed of project vessel movements.
Thank you. And we both use the term stakeholders. Could you explain briefly who might these stakeholders generally be?
Sure. So it's intended to be a broad term, but I was thinking of commercial fishermen who may be operating in the area. Eventually, when it moves to construction, it could also be port operators and others.
And in this area in particular, the and others would include the ferry operators, you know, that run between the mainland and the islands in particular.
Thank you both. And I understand that, Ms. Hartnett, you said that these efforts are already underway with the survey. For those efforts, how much in advance are these notices given, and would that also apply to when construction vessels are starting to go out?
Sure, I can start speaking to that, and my colleagues may want to add to it. But it's my understanding, so I want to talk about a couple of different methods of communication. So I'll start with the U.S. Coast Guard notices to mariners, or local notices to mariners. It's my understanding that those are published on a weekly basis. And so it's my understanding that with Vineyard Wind would keep the Coast Guard apprised of all activities so that all planned activities in the coming week ahead could be referenced in those weekly notices to mariners. And then in turn, Vineyard Wind also distributes its own notices. It has an email distribution list, and those are similarly sent out on a weekly basis. And again, they provide information on survey vessels or other project-related vessels that are out in the area.
If I could add to that, just to give you a sense of the regularity, the week of July 12th, Vineyard Wind issued its weekly report of offshore wind mariner updates, and included the week ahead, because generally the week ahead of the activity is when we know more precisely exactly where vessels are going to be and which vessels are going to be out there. But that includes, as Maria mentioned, a photograph of the vessel that's going to be active in the area, the captain's name and contact information, the onshore fisheries liaison that can be contacted, VHF channel information, and the specific location of where that vessel is going to be, as well as the names of the Vineyard Wind fishing liaisons and the marine liaison. So these are, this is the 45th such notice that's been given out, and it's done the week ahead with a fairly comprehensive snapshot of what's going to be happening in the upcoming week.
That was helpful. Thank you, Mr. Rostrom and Ms. Hartnett. One more question on that. How does a fisherman find themselves on the email list? How is that disseminated?
Sure. So as I mentioned earlier, Vineyard Wind has a very comprehensive outreach plan, and Vineyard Wind already employs 2 fisheries liaisons, and through that process, Vineyard Wind has pretty well established contacts with commercial fishermen, and so any of them can sign up for email or text notifications, and through its fisheries liaisons and other, Vineyard Wind is constantly working to reach out to commercial fishermen and to make them aware of this resource. Vineyard Wind also has a project website. On the website, there's a whole section for mariners. So there are multiple ways that folks can stay apprised of these updates.
And it's probably worth noting as well that the fisheries liaison that Maria mentioned spend a fair amount of time actually down at the docks, talking to people, getting to meet the fishermen on an individual basis. So it's not simply an office function.
Thank you very much. That's really helpful. Final question on traffic from me. So if the company wants to refer to EFSB-T-28, and I think much of what we've discussed has been about Nantucket Sound. I'm wondering right now, and feel free to stop me if you're still navigating your way towards the information requests. 28.
I have that pulled open. I think my colleagues do as well.
Okay, so much of we've discussed has been within the Nantucket Sound, and I understand that that's mostly because that's state waters. But for my understanding, given that it's really likely that at least one port used by Vineyard Wind would be in Bridgeport, Connecticut, could I understand how vessels from that area would make its way to the project site? Like generally, if there's dedicated lanes for construction vessel traffic going from Bridgeport to SWDA.
I'm sorry, to what?
SWDA, South. Could someone help me?
Development area.
Thank you.
Southern Wind Development Area,
Yeah.
which is where the wind turbines will be located.
So Bridgeport, as I think most folks know, is a city with a good sized harbor on Long Island Sound. So basically, the construction activity that originates there would have to head easterly out of Long Island Sound and then make its way down to the construction area. So there are not dedicated sea lanes, if you will, for our construction vessels, but there are certainly general use navigation corridors that would be used by that traffic to get to the general vicinity of the site. And I'm just trying to think, Maria, if we have a chart that extends far enough out to see that somewhere in the record.
I don't know offhand. But I also wanted to point out that as we have mentioned in several of the record requests responses, or excuse me, several of the information requests, that there are a number of ports under consideration, several of which are in Massachusetts and elsewhere. And when we come to Bridgeport, we are more specifically referring to potential use for operations and maintenance. And during that phase of the project, the vessel traffic, it's a lower number of vessel traffic during operations and maintenance than during construction. So I did just want to draw that distinction that during construction, there are many ports under consideration, including Bridgeport, but also many ports in Massachusetts and elsewhere.
Thank you. I think both of you made really important distinctions there. I'll tackle what Ms. Hartnett said first. So you had said that for construction, there would be more ports in play. Would those be short-term contracts with the ports only for the duration of construction, or are there going to be long-standing relationships with those ports? Potentially.
What I was trying to say is that we have, okay, it's T9. Excuse me for one moment. I just want to navigate to the correct spot so that I can refer to it. Well, we explain in T9 that Vineyard Wind has identified several port facilities in Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New York, and New Jersey that can be used for major construction staging activities. So those ports have all been identified as options. And so it's likely that those ports would be used during the construction period, that use there would be focused during the construction period. When it comes to operations and maintenance, we have mentioned in EFSB T28 that the O&M facilities are likely to be located or planned to be located in Bridgeport, Connecticut, and or Vineyard Haven.
Thank you. Mr. Barton, you had made a distinction between navigation corridors and dedicated lanes. I was wondering if generally most of the port traffics that the traffic from the ports that Ms. Hartman had mentioned would be more of general navigational lanes rather than dedicated lanes for vessel traffic.
Yeah, so what I was trying to explain, and maybe I wasn't particularly clear on it, is there are not going to be specific sea lanes or sea routes created for our construction traffic as it uses any of these ports that Maria described, but rather each of those ports has existing navigation lanes that sea traffic, including our vessels, generally follow. So they would make use of those lanes basically to get to the general vicinity of the site.
Thank you, Mr. Barton. To help me understand a little further, is it common to have specific lanes for sea traffic, or is that really just for, I mean, is the reason why there aren't specific lanes proposed is because it's really not that common or helpful for projects like these?
I think you probably hit the nail on the head, not helpful. Basically, all of the users of the ocean in this area are used to using the established navigation lanes. So it kind of makes sense to have everybody continue to use those rather than try to introduce some new project-specific lane.
Thank you, Mr. Barton. You had talked about and asked Ms. Hartnett whether there is something on the record that might show these existing lanes. Am I correct?
Yeah, I did. Yes, and in flipping through the figure set that is with the DEIR, I'm not seeing anything that extends that far. There is one figure 1-6 that shows the wind energy areas in relation to the Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut coast, as well as Long Island, but it doesn't have the navigation lanes on it. So it's only really useful for general geographic orientation.
Is that something that is easily obtainable for the company to provide for the record? Just the existing lanes. If you can't find one that extends all the way to the Long Island Sound, I think it will be helpful for one that's closer to Massachusetts as well.
We certainly have charts like that, and we use them regularly. So if it's not in one part of the record or another, we could certainly provide something like that.
I would appreciate that, unless Ms. Hartnett has found it in the record somehow.
I'm still looking. I thought I recalled something, but I have not been able to find it here. So if I lay my hands on it in the next few minutes, I will speak up at that point.
Yeah, sure. Mr. Rostrom, you had something to add?
Well, although it doesn't extend to the area, we're talking about figure 1-4 in the DEIR does include the NOAA chart as the base map for the corridor. And then in some of the areas shown in light red lines are the transit corridors in and around the Nantucket, Martha's Vineyard, and Barnstable area. So I think that's indicative of those transit lanes we're talking about.
Thank you, Mr. Rostrom. I believe we've asked for a more clear version of that map. Do you think there is one? Because when I zoom in, I can barely make out the words on the map for figure 1-4 of the DEIR.
There are NOAA charts that do show those corridors for the larger area.
So why don't, just so we don't lose track of it, why don't we do a record request for a chart showing the navigation, the established navigation lanes for the general area off the southern New England coast.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Ms. Sharkey?
Thank you, Mr. Barton, for your help. That would be record request EFSB 19. And if in the course of reviewing the materials, the company does determine that there is an appropriate map that's already been provided, then identification of where that map is provided would be a sufficient response.
Thank you. I concluded the questions on traffic for offshore. Does anyone else on the bench have questions for this section? Okay, so moving on, I have a couple questions on safety regarding offshore, the offshore portion of the project. And it might be helpful if the company looks at EFSB-T-32, but it's not completely necessary. So I'll start with the question and let me know if you want me to repeat it later. So in that response, the company describes both safety vessels and safety boats, if I'm not wrong.
I'm sorry, safety vessels and safety what?
Safety boats. Are they the same?
Yes, in rereading this, we were referring to the same thing in both places, which is having some vessels there to help note or alert other mariners to the presence of this safety buffer zone.
Are they, if I were to use them interchangeably, would I be using them wrong, those terms wrong?
No, you would not be. We intended to refer to safety vessels in both places, like in both places.
Thank you, Ms. Harden. This might be obvious from their function, but could you describe what a safety vessel might typically look like? For example, would they be anchored in any way?
So the safety vessel would likely be a smaller vessel, and their purpose is to help make sure that mariners are aware of this safety zone and of these project vessels working in the water. As we described earlier, there will be significant effort to communicate offshore construction activities. And so the safety vessels are another way of helping to ensure that mariners are aware of these offshore construction vessels. And thinking of cable installation, the thought would be that a safety vessel would be in the vicinity of the cable installation vessel, so that if other boats are spotted in the vicinity and they are approaching the project work area, Vineyard Wind, through the safety vessel, could contact those other vessels and make them aware that there is offshore work occurring. So thinking of cable installation, the safety vessel could help spot if there are vessels coming close to where the cable installation equipment is operating in the water. And the safety vessel could communicate that to Vineyard Wind, and then Vineyard Wind could follow appropriate communication to help those other vessels be aware of these offshore construction activities. I may have misspoken earlier when I said the safety vessel would contact the vessel. I didn't mean to phrase it exactly that way, but it's more the safety vessel. I think there are several options for how communication would occur. So I didn't mean to limit it to only the safety vessel making those communications.
So, and thank you for clarifying that. I was about to ask, would one of the ways be for the safety boats to intercept one of these approaching vessels physically and talk to them, or would it be through a radio when they're close enough to be able to talk to them?
I'll start with an answer, and then one of my colleagues may be able to add on to that. So again, as we wrote in one of our responses, we don't have the power to enforce these safety zones. So we don't see this as, you know, an enforcement activity. I see it more as letting mariners know, hey, there is gear in the water. This is something for you to be aware of to keep all of us safe. I'm not sure if any of my colleagues want to add on to that in terms of more specifics, but that is the general principle that I wanted to convey.
I mean, I think it would, any communication like that would start with marine radio. And if for some reason there was no response, and the approaching vessel was on a course that was going to bring it very close to the cable laying vessel, then perhaps the safety vessel would attempt to maneuver closer to make sure they had their attention, repeat the radio call. But it's not going to be like the Coast Guard or the Navy. There'll be no shots fired across their bow or anything like that. So it's going to be pretty low key.
Thank you. I understand that the company itself has no enforcement, but it's making its request through the U.S. Coast Guard. So is it just that the company can't enforce its safety zones, and that if needed, the Coast Guard would have to do that for the safety zone? Or are these safety zones just generally just for notice and not really hard cutoff?
Sorry, and not really what?
Not really hard enforcement zones.
It's my understanding that, and again, I want to note that Vineyard Wind does have a fair amount of experience with offshore vessels through the multi-year survey campaign, through environmental surveys and things like that. We have gotten, or Vineyard Wind's team has gotten, a fair amount of practice of, you know, notifying folks if they've got gear in the water, or notifying other mariners of an area where they will be working. I would say that so far things have gone pretty smoothly, and we expect that that will continue. We expect that, you know, all of these communication methods are going to continue to be effective. Vineyard Wind is also, for the safety vessel and other areas, they are looking to hire local and experienced mariners, folks who are familiar with those offshore conditions. Some of these, you know, could be local fishermen. And so given that, you know, given our experience so far, given that who we expect to hire to help serve in the safety vessel role, we aren't really expecting to see an issue with these safety zones, but it is my understanding if for some reason there is an issue with vessels encroaching upon them, I do believe the Coast Guard could be contacted to potentially provide additional support. That's my understanding.
If I could interject, does the company plan to have the safety vessels have some visible form of identification so that other vessels in the water will know this is a Vineyard Wind vessel, and we're just a source of information as to potential issues related to navigation in the area?
I believe that information will be available. So my colleague Chris earlier was describing some of these weekly updates that Vineyard Wind sends out. And on those, they give a picture of the vessels that are working and the name of the vessel that is working. And so it's my understanding that that practice will continue. And so for any offshore vessels, including safety vessels, those will all be noted in these weekly updates.
Thank you for the clarification. I'm finished with the offshore safety questions. I believe that's all the topics we have today. So, Ms. Sharkey, how would we want to discuss the next steps for the rest of the day?
Sorry. Well, have we completely covered the topics which were identified for today of offshore land use, water resources, traffic, and safety?
Yes, we have.
And Mr. Gerson, would you have any redirect on those topics?
It might be helpful to take a short break and we can confer and make sure before we move on, particularly if we're thinking about moving on to completely new topics or ending for the day, to make sure we cover anything we can.
That would be fine. I'm loath to necessarily move on to topics for day 4, at least in part because there are at least 2 additional witnesses that are on the list to present testimony for the company on those topics. And I believe none of the intervener counsel are part of the panelists today. So therefore, like the company, the rest of the parties would have no notice of the extent to which we're continuing on to other topics. So I would be...
Ms. Sharkey, should we have this conversation off the record or?
No, I think it's appropriate to have it on the record to the extent that, for example, other parties are relying on either the YouTube recording or having someone monitor on YouTube, which has happened for some of the parties, to see the progress that we've made today. So it's not inappropriate to have on the record. But I would be happy to give Mr. Gerson a break at this point to see if he wants to consider whether any redirect on these topics are needed. And then when we come back, we can determine where we move on from here.
That makes sense. I think just 5 minutes or so would be helpful for us, although 10 minutes would let people get some water too. In terms of availability, just to give the siting board and others a heads up about what we might be able to do if you wanted to continue on additional topics. The 2 additional witnesses who would be added to the panel tomorrow are the noise expert for landfall and the engineering, some of the detailed engineering knowledge. I think it would be possible for staff who are available this afternoon to continue on to at least some of the landfall topics. The one area where I think we might struggle would be noise specific issues, although we do have a fair amount of noise expertise available as well.
Mr. Gerson, if we only stick to offshore construction topics, would that be easier, or would the detailed engineering expert need to be in on that?
That is actually quite a good question. So it would depend probably on specifically the line of questioning. We have a great deal of expertise available. What we might lack would be some real detailed knowledge of some of the HDD aspects, which is construction that bridges, by definition of how it's been proposed, the offshore and onshore components. So I don't think it can be broken apart quite that neatly. I do think we have a great deal of expertise we would, at the next hearing day, have, an additional team member on noise specifically and on the detailed engineering design.
Thank you. And not to belabor the point, but this morning we talked a little bit about, for example, jet plowing. Do you, and we got more information on that. Do you think this panel would be sufficient on that flavor of questions, or would that be a little too detailed to keep going on that sort of line of questioning?
This would be the correct panel to be asking questions about jet plowing.
Thank you. And just like generally that level of specificity is if we were to proceed, that would be the way to go. Is that correct?
Offshore installation techniques such as the jet plowing offshore, we have expertise on this panel that I do not believe will be available again for the next panel. The next panel would be essentially HDD and on the beach activity, which would well, not on the beach, in the parking lot activity, HDD. Jet plowing, cable installation offshore up to the point of HDD would be this panel. We have expertise here that will not be available again, or is not scheduled to be available again.
Okay.
But just a minute, Mr. Gerson, I thought that basically next Wednesday, we were going to have the same panel, but with the addition of Mr. Fitzgerald and Mr. O'Neill.
Correct. So here, I'll be clear. So I misspoke. Ms. Hartnett, who as you heard earlier today, is the installation of the cable tool. She provides specific knowledge in that area. She is actually going to be available again. What I was really trying to say is that the additional people, Mr. Fitzgerald and Mr. O'Neill, are specific to the HDD activities and noise. So they don't add to the offshore installation. They are not, they don't add to jet plow installation at all. For those questions, you have the correct people on the panel today.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Gerson. Why don't we give you a 15-minute break before we come back? And then you can let me know what your determination is on redirect. So we'll be back at 3:15. So I appreciate everybody coming back so promptly from break. Why don't we go back on the record, Mr. Brock? Mr. Gerson?
We do have just a couple questions quickly.
Please proceed.
So I'd ask the panel, do you recall a conversation before we went on break about whether safety vessels would be marked in any way to associate them with Vineyard Wind?
Yes.
And do you have any further information about that at this time?
Yes, I was in touch with our Vineyard Wind's marine liaison, and the intention is for Vineyard Wind to have a flag or sign on the safety vessels, although the kind of exact nature of that is not yet determined.
And presiding officer, that was it.
Well, thank you, Mr. Gerson. Given the discussion we had prior to break with regard to how we could best make use of the remaining time today, what we'd like to do is start with some staff questions with regard to offshore construction. And especially with regard to the clarification, the company offered that the 2 additional witnesses, which otherwise will be scheduled to start next week, may not be necessary for us to at least initiate our exploration of that topic. So in that case, Mr. Wong, do you have questions on that topic?
Yes, I do. So, hi, everyone. This next question I have is with regard to time of year restrictions and construction. So it would be helpful if the company goes to the DIR at section 10.1.5 on page 10-23. And you can make your way there and let me know when you're ready to answer. I
Please
think
repeat
it's
that.
incorrect. I'm sorry. Time of year constraint. Let me look for it. It's the reference where the company talks about safe weather conditions being between April and September.
It may be 10.1.1.5. We'll take a look at that and see if that's the section you were referring to.
That's exactly it. Thank you, Ms. Hartnett. So as I mentioned, the company indicates that the safe weather conditions for cable laying would likely be between April and September, which is approximately 6 months. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I think in other responses, for example, in EFSB-NC-5, the company estimated that the offshore export cable construction within state waters would be completed over a 12-month period. Does the 12-month period is that still operational? Is that still correct? I mean,
Yes, I'm looking at MC-5. Let me read that for one more second, and then I will provide an answer.
So while Maria's reading there, I think the 12-month period, it doesn't say this specifically, but that was intended to extend over parts of 2 years.
thank you. And that's sort of where my question would be going. Ms. Hartnett, what would you like to clarify?
I was going to say the same thing, is that 12-month period may occur over 2 years.
So what I was trying to understand is, it sounds like I might be on the right track, is that the 12 months might not be a continuous 12 months. It might be divided over 2 safe weather condition seasons. Is that a good summation of that?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. That leads me to a different question in that if the company were to have to, well, I mean, since the company is planning to have the offshore cable within state waters be divided into two distinct periods, how would that factor in with regard to the different segments of the cable installation? Would, for example, the cables be installed halfway, or maybe would the cables be installed separately and they'd be done completely but in separate time periods?
The latter of what you said was correct. So as we describe elsewhere, it's expected that these cables may have splice locations. And so for each cable may have about 3 segments. And so during any one installation campaign, at least one full segment would be installed. So if the installation schedule needs to be broken up into different seasons or different years, it would be broken up by cable segment.
By cable segment rather than by cable, because there's 2 cables that are going to be installed. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Could I understand how, if, and this might be on the record already, but is it possible that the company might install segments of each cable at the same time, depending on equipment availability?
I am checking my notes for a second on that one. I may ask my colleagues to jump in here if needed, but it's my understanding at present that we aren't expecting simultaneous construction, that a likely scenario would be one cable installation contractor and one vessel spread.
Just to clarify, if I heard right, you are not, or you are?
Are not, but I would like to stress that many of those specifics get determined during the contracting phase. And so I don't believe right now that the record specifies one approach or another.
Thank you. Did anyone else on the panel want to supplement Ms. Hartnett's testimony?
I think Maria's recollection is correct on that. And it's probably worth pointing out that we're still kind of early in discussion with both federal and state fisheries agencies on this subject. So some of what we have in our heads as to how this would be done is based on the planning and time of year restrictions that were agreed to for the first project, but we collectively hope to learn from that for the second project. So it's not necessarily going to follow exactly the same pattern. And one of the tensions that exist in all this is, as you pointed out, Mr. Wong, the text says that the sort of optimum period for cable installation is April through September. But for at least some waters, DMF has expressed the interest in not having cable laying occurring during the early part of that period. So we're giving up some of that time in order to minimize any interference with active fishing activities. So that's sort of some of the back and forth that goes into coming up with a cable laying schedule.
Thank you. Just and to go back to the earlier question about cable segments, just so I'm clear, the company is expecting to lay segments of the cable within a cable laying period, and those would be kept buried until the full cable has been laid with all 3 or 2 segments, and then to come back and splice it. There's no, would there be any risk in between the company laying them and coming back? Because from September to April, you can't really do anything with that. Is that, will there be any risks involved with leaving the cable there?
I'd be happy. Jack, do you want me to start on that? We do include a description of that in the DEIR. So I can start and then I'll turn it over to my colleague, Jack, who may want to add to it. In the DEIR, in section 10.1.1.1, there is a section on splicing. And as you suggested, Mr. Wong, when the cables are installed, they will be buried beneath the seafloor. And then the ends of the cable will need to be recovered so that they can be jointed or spliced together. And so in the DEIR section that I referred to, we say that prior to retrieving the cable ends from the seabed for cable splicing, cable protection may be temporarily placed over the cable ends to protect them. So there will be measures taken to protect the ends of the cable.
Thank you, Ms. Hartnett. That's helpful. And it sounds like it's really a like time crunch during these periods between April and September. And I know the company has stated that it's really only looking at 2 seasons, but is that still a preliminary sort of assessment? And is it possible for the company to have to extend to a 3rd season with regard to cable laying?
I think the expectation currently is 2 seasons, and the company can rely somewhat on the experience from Vineyard Wind 1. But I would continue to note that we are early in the process and that some of these specific questions will ultimately depend on the contractor and their equipment.
Thank you. Okay, so moving on to the offshore construction as a whole. In one of the responses to the information request, the company states that in EFSB-T-1, that offshore construction could potentially take 18 months in total. Knowing what we know about the 12 months planned for the offshore cable construction in state waters, could you, as a panel, explain to me how that 18-month looks like as well? Would it also be divided over different years?
Could I just ask a clarifying question? Are you referring to the onshore construction schedule and duration?
So in EFSB T-1, hold on. In the second page, the company states that based on the maximum design scenario, so essentially the vessel trips that were estimated for construction were over an 18-month offshore construction schedule. So I'm wondering how the 12 months for the state cable installation factors into that 18-month, if it's also sort of not consecutive as we've discussed earlier with regard to the cable laying seasons and such.
I'm sorry, with regard to the what?
The cable laying seasons and whatnot and such.
So the 18 months does stretch over 2 years, and that's talking about the totality of the offshore construction. So not just the cable, but the wind farm itself. And the reason that the cable sequence is somewhat shorter is we want to have the cable both onshore, submarine, and the substation, have all of that ready and connected to the grid in time that it can connect with the first wind turbine when it's ready.
Thank you, Mr. Barton. You brought up a point about the duration for the cable being shorter. So what I'm understanding is that this 18-month and 12-month time schedule all have the same starting point in order to have it end earlier. Is that what you mean?
With basically, but with the caveat that where we can, there are some onshore activities that aren't as weather dependent that we might want to start earlier in order to get kind of a running start on the cable installation, the overall cable, knowing that we have to have that done in time for the first wind turbine to be connected. So we've talked about a little bit of this, but things like some of the on-land duct bank construction where we have to coordinate it with the town's sewer project and so on.
And the specific time of year, well, sorry, the safe weather conditions for cable laying are specific to cable laying. Is that correct? Does that mean that you can do other offshore construction outside of April and September?
That is correct. The cable laying operations are more significant to weather conditions than many of the other offshore construction activities.
I think in the petition and the DEIR, the company explains why splicing would be needed would have to be in relatively calm waters. Are you saying that the jet plowing of the cables connected to the on-surface vessel are also dependent on weather?
Correct. So the discussion we've been having about the April to September time period, that is broadly applicable to cable installation in general.
I think I understood why the splicing vessels might have some trouble, but could you, for the sake of the record, expand a little bit on how choppy water conditions might affect the cable laying vessels particularly?
Yes, and I'm checking my notes because I think we had provided some information on that in one of the record requests. If I can quickly find that, I'll refer to it. But one of the primary reasons that cable installation requires safe weather conditions is due to the configuration of the vessel, and the cable installation equipment. So as you may be aware, the cable is stored in a reel on the installation vessel, and then behind the installation vessel and on the seafloor is the actual cable installation tool that is connected to the cable installation vessel by the cable itself. And given that setup of equipment, that whole operation is sensitive to wave heights, and there is a certain limit at which they can safely operate.
Thank you. Have you been able to track down the company's response in the IR yet?
No, but I will keep looking for that, because I do recall we described that.
Thank you. Should we give you some time, or can we move on to another question?
I'm happy to keep moving on.
Okay.
I actually just found it. So if you don't mind my interrupting you before we move on, what I was referring to is MC28. And in that one, we talk about how it's important. The weather is, of course, important for all vessels, but we say that while it is important for all vessels to operate in safe weather conditions, cable installation vessels require a window of good weather, because cable laying is a continuous operation, which makes the vessel more sensitive to wave conditions given the cable extending to the seafloor. And then we continue and we say, similarly, splicing requires a window of good weather, since both cable ends will be on board. And so in that response, we were trying to clarify that it's both installation and splicing that require good weather. And then we explain at the end of paragraph A that other vessels, so we say vessels used during route clearing, though requiring safe weather to operate, are not subject to the same specific concerns.
I appreciate the site, and I also appreciate you describing more in the transcript about the wave height and such. That was helpful. Okay, so moving on to the cable installation methods. I think this morning we talked a little bit about jet plowing, and I was wondering if we could go over the other proposed possible cable installation methods, such as mechanical plowing and jet trenching. Could one of the witnesses describe in similar detail as you had this morning for jet plowing, both mechanical plowing and jet trenching as well?
Yes, I'd be happy to describe those. I'm also referring to the DEIR in section 10.1.1, where we do provide a description of those. And so in the DEIR, we lump a jet plow and a jet trencher together because those are similar tools. So in both of those tools, there are nozzles that direct pressurized seawater into the seafloor to fluidize the seafloor. And the primary difference between the two is a jet plow, and I should stress these terms are a little bit loosely used and interchangeably used in the industry. So that's why we somewhat lump them together. But both a jet plow and jet trencher have a jetting function. And then they also have an arm or a plow shear that extends into the seafloor and installs the cable into the fluidized trench.
Thank you.
And then with the mechanical plow, it does not necessarily have the jetting function. The cable installation is primarily achieved by a cutting edge. So again, think of it as a plow shear, or I think earlier I said like a butter knife, that extends into the seafloor and installs the cable within a narrow trench.
I appreciate you repeating what's on the record. So the reason for asking for this is I think it's been stated several times in the company's response to our information request that it's not yet ready to commit to a particular technique for this project. And realizing that jet plowing and jet trenching are largely used interchangeably, would it be sufficient for our purposes to refer to them as just jetting techniques rather than separately?
Sure, yes, and that's how we tried to group them in the DEIR. We did try to refer to them as jetting techniques.
And in the company's response to EFSB-MC-14, and if you need time to get there, I'll give you a couple seconds. But essentially, the company stated that cable installation techniques would likely not be catered to each zone delineation of the offshore export cable corridor. But for the sake of understanding the suitability of each technique, could the witnesses discuss in abstract what techniques might be more suitable to a different zone characteristic?
Yes, and I think it would be helpful to note that the zones that we used, we grouped the offshore export cable corridor into zones, and those were used to describe general characteristics or general habitat characteristics. And those don't necessarily match up perfectly with cable installation tool capabilities. So that's the distinction we were trying to draw there. But in general, jetting techniques work very well in sandy sediments. In stiff soils or clays, that is where you may need, trying to recall if we said this in the record, but that's where you could need a mechanical plow or mechanical trench tool.
Thank you. I think that's sufficient to answer that question. So in the same section in the DEIR that the company describes the typical techniques of jetting and mechanical plow, in the next section, they talk about the specialty techniques that it would employ for difficult seafloor conditions. Could the company state how it might have to interchange between techniques when it comes to difficult seafloor conditions from the typical technique that it would plan to use?
Yes, so I want to start off by mentioning that the seafloor is pretty extensively studied. And so all of the survey data that we have, grain size, etc.
What size? I can.
Grain size and whether boulders are present, things like that. That is all extensively studied beforehand. And then the contractor selects a tool that is able to work within those expected conditions. And so there are a couple of approaches available. And again, we're so early in the process that these approaches are still open, and it will depend on the contractor. But approaches that are open are to choose, so you can select a tool by cable segment. As we mentioned earlier, there could be splices. And so the tool can be selected by cable segment. I believe that's a pretty common practice. And then it's also my understanding that some tools can switch modes during the installation process, meaning within a segment, you could switch modes of a given tool.
Thank you. And this might be me misunderstanding, but difficult seafloor conditions doesn't mean complex or hard bottoms necessarily, does it?
So that's a great question. When I said difficult seafloor conditions, I was referring to conditions that are difficult for a cable installation tool to operate in. So that does not perfectly correlate to hard or complex bottom. But what I can note is difficult conditions could be very stiff clays or areas with very high boulder concentrations.
Thank you. That's an important distinction to make. I really appreciate that. And so you had mentioned one way of switching between modes is that the tool already has that function. I'm trying to understand if it's possible that for a certain section that might need another tool, and it happens that the current cable installation tool that you're using can't switch between modes, if you're able to bypass the burying of that part and then come back with a different method to bury the cable after the fact, or if that's not really how construction works for cable installation.
It is my understanding that that is a possibility. If cable installation is proceeding and an unexpected circumstance arises and the tool is not able to bury the cable to the target installation depth, then it is my understanding that you could come back later with a different tool, and the tool that would commonly be used is controlled flow excavation, and make a second attempt to bury the cable at that time.
To your understanding, are the two methods that we've discussed the most common methods, or are there others that we should know if we were to talk about switching between modes of cable installation?
No, I can confirm that the two methods in the DEIR, the jetting techniques and the mechanical plowing, those are the two most common methods, and those are the methods that we would expect to be used for the majority of the length of the cable. Did I understand your question correctly?
I should have been clear. I meant we talked about cable installation devices that can switch between modes, and also coming back after with a different tool to rebury a cable. Are those the two options for switching between a typical device and a specialty device, or specialty method rather?
Sorry, can you hear the end of that, or what?
Or a specialty method rather.
Again, forgive me if I am not understanding the question, but I don't believe it's limited to those two. And let me give an example to try to make sure I am understanding your question. So in the DEIR, we have, in that same section 10.1.1, we refer to typical techniques, and then we also describe these other possible specialty techniques. And one of those specialty techniques is shallow water cable installation vehicle, and that is a tool that can be used in shallow water. So for example, a tool like that could be used close to the landfall site, and then you could transition to like a jet plow tool. So I was not trying to indicate that the only option is a tool that switches midstream or coming back with controlled flow excavation. There are other ways the cable installation program could be planned to switch tools at sort of logical places along the cable route.
Thank you, Ms. Hartnett. That was essentially I was wanting to know if there's other typical methods that might be used, so that we are not confined to what we talked about in considering options. Do you know if there's other common ones to bring up for the record?
I have described what I'm aware of, and also again what's in the DEIR I think covers what we would likely use. If my colleagues are aware of other items they'd like to bring up, I'll let them jump in here as well.
Maria, I think you covered it, and the one thing I would add is if for example you were to encounter a boulder field, which obviously you would know about way in advance, rather than trying to force your way through that with a heavy plow or something to that effect, we have the option of doing boulder removal in advance of the cable lay. So there's some preparatory techniques that are aimed at making it easier to use the tools that Maria described to get full burial.
Thank you. Appreciate that. This might be moving back to an older topic, but I think I just want some clarification on the safe weather requirements for cable installation. Are the April and September cutoff months really distinct and hard cutoffs, or are you able to sort of budget at the limits of those cutoffs?
Sure, I can expand on that a little bit. It's my understanding that the cutoffs are related to wave heights. And so that April to September timeframe is the general timeframe in which safe wave heights occur. But, for example, that September, you may have good weather the last part of March, and good weather may last until October. So I would say that April to September window is a general window. And again, the limiting factor is related to actual weather conditions and actual wave heights.
Thank you, Ms. Hartnett. And in your understanding, during these supposed good weather months, is it likely for the company to experience long stretches of good weather, or is it sort of variable as well, day to day, based on, as you said, weather conditions?
Yes, it's my understanding that before any offshore activity or before cable laying commences, there is a probabilistic weather modeling effort that's undertaken. All the weather data gets crunched, and they proceed only if they have a 50% or higher likelihood of having good weather for the needed duration of the activity, or for the next several days where the forecast is reasonably accurate. Obviously, I think the weather patterns are somewhat seasonal as expected. So if we're talking about the end of March or early April, you might get one good week followed by a tougher week. And same thing, as you move into late fall, early winter, you may have a more limited weather window, whereas in the summer, you're more likely to have a longer window of good weather.
Thank you. And to help me get a realistic picture, would this July have been a poor weather month for cable installation, or because of all the storms that have been coming through?
So it's my understanding, it's really tied to wave height. And again, I'll let my colleagues jump in if they want, but I have not looked at all the wave height data for the month to see what the actual wave heights ended up being.
So I think the kind of weather we've been having, a lot of rain, clouds, thunderstorms, don't really have a big impact on ocean wave height, but an early tropical storm of the type that we had a week or two ago would.
Thank you. That's really helpful. So we touched a little bit about this when we talked about scheduling, and so in the company's response to EFSB MC-30, I believe the company talked about the availability of installation vessels because of competition. And this might be pretty obvious because of what's going on, but does the company expect more competition for construction of Vineyard Wind 2 than for Vineyard Wind 1 for tools?
For what?
For tools.
Okay.
Yes, there may be increased competition. As you are aware, Vineyard Wind 1 was the first project, and now there are, I won't get the number exactly right, but it's about a dozen that are undergoing review with BOEM right now. And so given that fact, it is very clear that there will be more projects moving towards approval in the timeframe of Vineyard Wind 2 than in Vineyard Wind 1.
And kind of the additional elements to think about in all that are there's also overseas competition. So some of the big installers might be doing projects in Europe and hence be unavailable to do a US project. So that's certainly one other aspect to keep in mind.
Thank you. And it's been emphasized many times that the project planning is still in its early infant stage. How would the company view the increased competition for tools and vessels? How would the company see it affecting, or if it's going to affect at all, its plans for construction timelines?
Let me offer kind of a general thought on that, and then maybe others would like to add to it. So one of the things that you hear a lot about in sort of broader industry discussion is the need for a predictable flow of offshore wind projects such that the firms that make and install the equipment will see a predictable flow of work ahead, and hence will make the investments in additional vessels and additional capability. So if the industry is going to grow at the rate that everybody hopes it does, then the suppliers and installers will need to kind of keep pace with that. So that's I think an underlying assumption, or hope at least, that the capacity or capability of the industry expands as the number of permitted projects begins to increase.
And I might just add a note on that. I mean, there is a one indication that as the industry continues to grow, the number of projects that are going through permitting increases, the market is responding. An offshore turbine installation vessel is being constructed, a US based flagged vessel, for instance. But I think it does make the point that particularly as the industry is kind of ramping up, particularly in the United States, that in order to keep the schedules that are laid out for Vineyard Wind Connector 2, having the flexibility as particularly related to time of year and other limits, allow for some flexibility, because there are going to be constraints on supplies of vessels for installation of cables and other things. So I think as the market matures, that may not be as important, but I think we are entering a critical time when flexibility in schedule as it relates to permitting is going to be important.
Do the current schedules proposed by the company allow for such flexibility?
I think the schedules proposed by Vineyard Wind, I think it's accurate to say, anticipate our view of available equipment and suppliers. The point I was making was that as it's a very dynamic industry and it's growing rapidly, and that more flexibility in terms of the timing and techniques for building the project is better.
Thank you. And while we're on the topic of limited equipment options, in the company's response to the next information request, which is EFSB-MC-31, the company describes the potential advantage of using both the TSHD dredging technique as well as the control flow excavation technique for sand waves. Is it accurate for me to say that the company would prefer the more efficient installation technique, which is to use both where applicable, but it's limited by its option of available vessels and equipment?
I don't think that's entirely accurate. I think the decision is going to be made based on several factors. So one of those factors will be the contractor's equipment and how deep the contractor's equipment can install the cable. It will also be based on the cable routing exercises, and those efforts will help determine how much sand wave dredging needs to occur and what heights of those sand waves are. And then at that time, a decision can be made on the most efficient technique. If a tool, for example, can penetrate a little deeper, or if the routing can avoid a few more sand waves and there are just small areas of small sand waves, then we look for controlled flow excavation. If, however, with the final routing, if it does look like there's a larger amount of dredging required, then the hopper dredge may be the way to go.
Thank you. And I guess even if you have a most efficient technique and you can't get the equipment, then you would have to readjust accordingly. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Okay. Moving on. So in the company's response to EFSB-MC-16, I don't think you need to have it in front of you. When would the company know if it will use dynamic positioning instead of anchoring for certain vessels?
That will be following contractor selection and the selection of the specific cable installation tools and vessels that will be used.
So it sounds like whether dynamic positioning or anchoring is used is also vessel specific. Are all vessels able to use either, or is that restricted to the type of vessel or vintage of vessel, I guess, as well?
So whether dynamic positioning or anchoring is used, that does depend on the vessel, and it also depends on the cable installation tool used. Or the type of cable installation tool used can factor into it. In terms of whether all vessels can use either option, it's my understanding that vessels have to be equipped with dynamic positioning, and so not all vessels have that capability.
And Ms. Hartnett, you had mentioned that it's also reliant on which cable installation tool is used. Can we make a pretty good distinction between, for example, this is not accurate, but if we're to say jet plowing or jetting techniques would require anchoring or mechanical wouldn't, is there that sort of distinction, or is it more nuanced than that?
I think it may be more nuanced than that. When we consider jetting tools, that's a pretty broad group, and some jetting tools can use a dynamically positioned vessels, but other jetting tools or jet plows rely somewhat on the mechanical pulling force that can be exerted by the vessel moving forward on anchors. So I don't think the distinction is that necessarily clear cut.
Thank you. And so if we were to say, so from what I understand, your response is implying that even within jet plowing as a term, there's different types of tools that essentially do the same thing but have different mechanical or makeups. Is that what you've said as well?
Correct. I was saying that there are different types of jetting tools, and that some may use dynamic positioning or may function better with dynamic positioning, and others may function better with anchored vessels.
Thank you. Okay, I have a couple more questions. Ms. Sharkey, should we plow through the questions today?
It's up to you, Mr. Wang,
Okay.
whichever you prefer.
Okay. So this next question is also about the installation vessels, and I think it's pretty straightforward. For the installation vessels, I understand that they're connected to the installation tools at the underwater. Do the operators of these tools control the underwater cable installation equipment from the vessel, or more closer to the surface at burial for better control? Assuming.
Yeah, it's my understanding that these tools are typically controlled from the vessel. Jack, do you want to chime in?
Yeah, I would agree with Ms. Hartnett. I mean, these tools that we're referring to in most cases are heavily instrumented. So all of that instrumentation feeds up to a control system on the vessel. So you have surveyors, you have installation engineers, you have everyone monitoring this continuously during the installation process. So they know exactly the tension on the cable, the tension on the plow cables themselves that are pulling it, the depth of the plow shear. So all of that is always monitored on top of obviously the actual route location at which the cable is being installed.
Thank you. And the company has stated in some of its responses that bigger vessels allow for bigger cable installation equipment. Does the size of the vessel still correspond to the size of the installation equipment if a seabed tractor or sled attached equipment was used?
I don't immediately recall where we said the size of the equipment was tied to the size of the vessel. Would you mind letting us know what you were referring to?
Give me a second. I believe. Mhm. It might not be that it's tied, but I think what I recall is that the company said that a larger vessel allows for larger tools. Does that sound familiar?
I'm thinking of, so again, I'll ask my colleagues to jump in if they're thinking of something I'm not. Where we mentioned vessel size, the one that comes to my mind is MC32. And so that one, there was a question about the length of cable segments between splices. And so on that one, we were talking about a vessel's cable reel capacity. So we were talking about how that specific size and how the cable reel capacity can vary from vessel to vessel.
Ms. Hartnett, if I could refer you to VW1 at page 455. I might have misread this sentence, but and let me know when you're there. But it's
almost there.
So I might have misunderstood because in the sentence, the second sentence of the page, it talks about the greater force allowed for cable burial, and in the second part of the sentence, it talks about the assumption herein include a larger anchor to accommodate larger installation vessels. I might have misunderstood. I think what I understood was that a larger tool would require a larger force for cable installation. Or am I jogging any memory? I can't seem to find the exact site.
So the page you pointed us to is sort of explaining some of the assumptions that went into calculating impact areas, and it does talk about if you have for instance, a 9-point anchor spread as opposed to fewer anchors, you will, one, impact more seabed, but two, you can generate greater pulling force. So if you were using a heavier tool that required that additional pulling force, you might use more anchors, but that would hold within reason for a vessel of any size.
Thank you. I'll withdraw my question about the bigger vessels and bigger cable installation equipment. I think I misunderstood. Is it so? Just to summarize, there's no relation between the size of a vessel and the size of the cable installation tool. Is that correct?
Within reason, recognizing that in order to accommodate a good size cable reel, you're going to be talking about a pretty good size vessel to begin with. So
thank you. And thank you for that. We talked about the use of seabed tractors and sled configurations in my withdrawn question. Do these two options require tracks and skids, or are tracks and skids not necessary, or are tracks and skids used based on other considerations? And I can look up a site for that if that helps too.
In our calculations of impacts, we assumed that tracks or skids would be included and that the tool would use tracks or skids.
And that is not just for seabed tractor or sled configurations for cable installation. Is that correct?
Well, our calculations were for cable installation in general. So we assumed that whether it was one of the jetting techniques, you know, a jet plow, a jet trencher, which could be a sled or a tractor, or a mechanical plow, we assumed that there were tracks or skids.
Thank you. I think I had misunderstood before. So for any of the jetting techniques, you would require a tractor or sled configuration. Is that correct?
What we describe in the DEIR for the jetting techniques, we say that they can be based around a seabed tractor or a sled, or they could be directly suspended from a vessel. And in order to be conservative in our calculations and make sure we accounted for the most impactful option, we assumed any cable installation option would require tracks or skids.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying. Is there an advantage of either the suspended or using seabed tractor or sled sort of equipment?
Yeah, there can be. So again, this all will depend on the contractor's equipment, on all of the equipment specification and the depth of cable burial that it can achieve. But some tools, if they are directly suspended from the vessel, they may not need to have tracks or skids.
Thank you. Okay. Final thing on the seats on the installation. So in the company's response to EFSB-MC-29, it talks about omega joint flights.
Sorry, omega joint, what?
Bight, B-I-G-H-T. I think I understood what the company explained, but to be sure that I have this correct, is there an implied advantage to using an omega joint over an inline joint in that it's more forgiving with regard to tension?
That is not my understanding. I do think it comes down more to logistics and planning. As we indicated in our response, the inline splice joint requires more or very careful pre-planning. But what I want to stress is both the joints can be used and both joints can be done in a manner that is appropriate for the cables and protective of the cables.
Thank you. So there's no inherent advantage in either option.
I don't think so. In terms of in terms of producing a secure splice that keeps the cable safe and operational, both are viable options.
Thank you. I have one last question for this topic, and it's it's not directly related to the filings, but is the company familiar with earlier this year in April, to be exact, there was some news about offshore wind farm cables in the UK needing urgent attention due to the cables being unburied due to numerous reasons.
I believe I'm aware of what you are referring to.
Could you, if you're able to, could you describe the main reasons for the offshore cable failure of those projects?
Yes, I will do my best, and then I'll look to my colleagues. So it's my understanding that this issue was related to where the cables entered the foundations offshore. So I do want to be clear that the issue that they were describing for Vineyard Wind 2 is an issue within federal waters. But at a high level, it's my understanding that, again, the issue was related to where the cables approach the foundations. So as you can imagine, as the cables approach the foundations, they must rise to the seafloor. So instead of being buried into the seafloor, they come up to the surface of the seafloor. And then for a short distance, they are laying on the seafloor, and then they connect into the foundation, some distance above the seafloor, but underwater. And around many foundations, there is rock scour protection. And so again, taking a step back, where the cables approach the foundation and are on the seafloor, they typically have a cable protection system placed around them so that the cables aren't just there exposed. And so it's my understanding that it is this segment of cables that had received some damage, that some of that cable protection system may have rubbed against the scour protection or otherwise. And so it was close to the foundations that the cables received damage. And there are design methodologies that can be adopted to account for that and prevent for that. And those things have already been considered for the federal waters portion of the project.
Thank you. I think I'm finished with the offshore construction questions. Do any of my colleagues have anything to add? So, Ms. Sharkey, the landfall site construction, we are not going to have enough questions for next Wednesday to do a whole day. So how should we let everyone know what to expect for next week? And I want to thank all the witnesses for your testimony today. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
If we have concluded with offshore construction impacts, then we would kick off next Wednesday with the landfall construction impacts, with the full panel that's scheduled for the 28th.
Would we have to notify parties that we're going to fold in onshore construction in the same day as well?
At the beginning of the hearing, we will notify parties that we have initiated questioning regarding the offshore environmental impacts and the offshore construction impacts today, but that they are free to offer questions on offshore and landfall construction impacts consistent with the schedule that we provided to them before the beginning of the hearings.
Sorry, Mr. Gerson, I seem to have pretended to be you for a second. It's, go ahead.
I don't think I have anything to add to that.
Yeah, I would just give the witnesses a heads up that I have some general construction questions, mainly related to onshore matters, that I think would take advantages of the witnesses' expertise next Wednesday and would kind of follow nicely after the onshore landfall construction. So I plan to ask those after Mr. Wong, and Mr. Wong indicated that he does not have a full day of landfall questionings anyways. So
that makes sense to me as well. And I would just add that, we're in favor of doing this as efficiently as possible. There would be considerable overlap in the panels that are currently scheduled for topics on next Wednesday and Friday. In particular, we have our noise expert, Mr. O'Neill, there on both days. So, as we did today, there would be opportunities to take some of the topics from Friday and address them on Wednesday, if that's an efficient way for the setting board to handle things.
I think that's probably the best way to proceed, Mr. Gerson.
appreciate the flexibility.
Given that, is there anything else we need to address today before we wrap up the hearing?
The one thing on witness availability and flexibility that I'd like to raise. So if we are completed, I just want to make sure I understand. Are we completed with offshore construction and offshore environmental impacts? Or do we, will we have the opportunity for additional questioning next Wednesday? Because if that is closed, then Ms. Hartnett, who you all got to know today as an expert on the offshore aspects, would not need to be present for discussions about landfall and onshore construction.
The questions I have for landfall are really very geared towards HDD. I don't know if that helps to clarify or not.
The only thing I would advise you, Mr. Gerson, is that to the extent the interveners do have any questions on offshore construction impacts, they would be entitled to ask them on Wednesday, as that was the day they were notified that topic would be addressed.
So understood. That makes sense. It sounds to me like at the least we may be able to get Ms. Hartnett out earlier than a full day.
Exactly.
Next Wednesday.
Not that we won't miss your presence.
Thank you.
Is there anything else today before we wrap up for the day?
Not from our end.
In that case, I look forward to seeing everybody at 10 o'clock next Wednesday. And thank you all for participating today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alan.
Oh, my pleasure. Donna?
Yep.
I think it would be a good idea to get Mr. Wong a headset.
I believe we have them somewhere, and I will ask him to use it for the rest of the hearings.
Thank you. So, and I apologize to him for that, but
No,
it's difficult.
It tends to be people change their head positions when they're just using the other.
So for some people, their connection without headsets is loud and clear. For others, it's indistinct, and for others, it's in between. He's sort of in between, but there's the occasional word, particularly at the end of sentences, which I'm assuming I know what he's saying so that I don't interrupt, but that's not an ideal way to proceed.
Well, I know he has them because we all had to get them, of course, initially when we
Yeah.
started remote hearings. So I'll ask Wayne
Okay.
to use
Thank
them
you.
going forward.
Thanks. See
Okay.
you then.
Okay. Thanks, Alan.
Bye-bye.